好的，各位与会的嘉宾、各位长官，我们预计表定稍后马上要开始我们多元文化论坛，请入座。市长也已经到了，他只是在贵宾室，稍后马上就要进场了。谢谢各位贵宾，麻烦请尽速入座。我们有提供现场同步口译的服务给您，您看一下我们的荧幕，同步口译，您听中文频道要转 A， 听英文频道转 B， 听日文频道日本語转 C。Ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin our Multicultural Forum in just a short while. Mayor will be joining us very, very shortly. In fact, almost just as of now. So please be seated. And we are providing simultaneous interpretation services for you on screen. We have, if you want to listen to Mandarin channel, switch to channel A on your simultaneous interpretation headphone set. And for English, switch to channel B. For Nihongo, for Japanese, you switch to channel C. And those are the QR code for scanning if you want our handbook, program book, and Facebook. We're going live on Facebook, actually, live streaming. Scan the QR code, go inside, show it to your friends, share the link to your friends, and they are online too, live streaming. Thank you.
挥手的时候还没到的人画圈圈 ，Alice 还没到。Alice 我画圈圈还没到。然后你说马来西亚的哪一个还没到？
马来西亚。
Abdullah 还是 Asnifa？
马来西亚的这个。
Asnifa 还没到，也圈圈哦。因为介绍挥手的话就。
谢谢科长，辛苦了。各位贵宾，我们请尽速入座，因为我们市长即将要莅临现场了，马上就要开始我们多元文化论坛。Once again, reminder, please be seated. as we shall begin our forum, just as of right now, once the mayor comes in. Thank you so much.挥手挥不到，挥手挥不到他们。各位长官、各位贵宾，我们以热情掌声来欢迎我们桃园市的大家长，我们敬爱的张善政市长莅临。Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the mayor of Taoyuan City. The number one city in Taiwan, so the number one mayor of Taiwan. 掌声欢迎市长，市长好，欢迎市长 the mayor of Taoyuan, Mr. 张善政。Mr. Mayor, please be seated. Our VIP guests, distinguished guests, please be seated. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. Please take your seats. We have your name cards on the table. Thank you so much for joining us. 市长好，各位长官、各位贵宾，大家好，大家午安，欢迎大家莅临我们2023多元文化论坛。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our event. Welcome to Taoyuan. The first city you see in Taiwan is Taoyuan City. So welcome to Taiwan, welcome to Taoyuan. And of course, welcome to our event. This is the 2023 Multicultural Forum. So, that said, ladies and gentlemen, our theme today is multicultural. We're going to talk about multicultural in all its forms, its connection, its inclusion, and its union. 我们主办单位桃园市政府呢，举办多元文化论坛，邀请到我们桃园城市姐妹市友好城市的首长代表，还有国内外的专家学者们一起来分享城市治理的相关经验。这个其中呢，城市治理的相关经验最重要的重点是什么？就是我们多元族群的融合。多元族群的融合，我们邀请到国内外的学者，还有姐妹城市友好城市的首长们，和我们分享他们的经验。我们吸取国际的经验，让我们桃园，让我们台湾也有文化平衡的发展，让我们台湾所有的多元族群共存共荣，大家共好不好 ？Thank you. So, I was just saying, this is the Multicultural Forum. Our organizer, our host is the Taoyuan City government. We have invited guests from all over the world, scholars, experts, and of course our sister cities' representatives. Welcome to Taoyuan. To join us, to share with us their experience on multicultural, its connection, its inclusion, and its union. And we're going to learn from their experience to make Taiwan a better place to live in. So that was what they were cheering about. So, speaking of multicultural, 说到了多元族群的融合 ，Andy 一开始呢要带给大家就是我们台湾多元族群融合的故事。So, for the opening show, as the MC Andy, I'm going to introduce. Okay, here we have our opening show. It's all about multicultural, the story of multicultural here in Taiwan. We're going to present to you this story of multicultural in Taiwan in the form of painting. To be exact, sand painting. So the lights will dim, so please be careful. Let's welcome the sand painting. 沙画老师带给我们台湾族群融合的精彩故事。掌声欢迎飞鸿老师。Our applause. 我想够了几个。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here you see on screen, we have Taoyuan, an airplane flying into Taoyuan. 我们看到飞机缓缓的降落在我们美丽的宝岛，我们美丽的台湾，美丽的桃园。桃园，台湾是个丰富文化底蕴的地方。飞机缓缓降落之后呢， 进入到桃园，进入到台湾了。在台湾，我们看到现在沙画老师带给我们看的是闽南文化建筑的三合院。After the plane has landed in Taoyuan, now we're inside Taiwan. And what do we see in Taiwan? Multiculturalism. And this is a traditional house in Taiwan. 古色古香的风貌，红砖红瓦，古典典雅，仿佛带我们回到了时光隧道里面。传统的建筑物当中，看到的是台湾数百年的历史，台湾人民珍藏的文化宝藏。In these traditional houses of Taiwan, we see centuries of culture, of traditionalism here in Taiwan. These are the heritage of Taiwan. These are the cultural assets of Taiwan. Wonderful Taiwan. 而且呢，逢年过节，在三合院里面，大家围炉而坐，这就是我们台湾人民家园的情感还有思念，世代相传。And now moving on into our next scene, what do we have? From the Sand Painter. 我们来到了客家文化建筑客家圆楼。This is the Hakka building with a circular dome. 最让人怀念的客家文化之一呢，就是我们客家的美食了。这是客家圆楼，在客家圆楼里面呢，大家吃的客家美食，第一个想到的就是什么呢？客家的咸汤圆了，香气四溢，美味无穷。So the Hakka people would gather inside the Hakka circular dome building and they would enjoy their party. And what do they eat at their party? They have Hakka salt rice dumplings. Very delicious, I promise you, if you ever get to try it. Moving on to our next scene. What will we see on our next scene? Let's wait and see what the sand painter brings to us. 在我们台湾这片可爱的土地呢，有丰富的自然资源。Taiwan is an island of abundant nature resources. Any guesses on this picture? Well, if you've guessed a wild pig running around in the mountains, you got it right. This is a wild pig running around in the mountains. 野猪，野猪，在我们山林里面奔驰的野猪。除了野猪呢，还有什么？这是一个香菇。That's a mushroom beside the wild pig. Mushroom in the mountain, wild pig in the mountain, in the nature forests of Taiwan. 而且呢，在这边我们的原住民族，他们祖灵之眼守护着我们可爱的土地，这就是圣灵了。原住民族的祖灵之眼，这里就是我们台湾丰富的自然资源、多元文化的交汇点。And in Taiwan, the indigenous people, 我们台湾的可爱的原住民族呢，将这些都变成美食了。A very, very good example of the abundance of nature, its resources here in Taiwan, incorporated with the indigenous culture of Taiwan. Next on. In addition to the indigenous culture, 除了我们台湾的可爱的原住民族之外，来到我们台湾的也包含了新住民。Now let's talk about the migrants to Taiwan. They came from all over the world to work in Taiwan, and then they live in Taiwan, and they grew to love Taiwan. 新住民的文化之一就是什么呢？来看看，这是泰国的泼水节。So there are many migrant workers in Taiwan, some from Vietnam, some from Malaysia, some from Australia, to name a few, and some from Thailand. Depicted in this scene is the Thailand's festival called the Happy Songkhun Festival, where you spray water to each other to have fun and to enjoy. 台湾，我们桃园呢是最大的国际的出入口，有许多外籍朋友聚集，有许多异国的文化。代表性的一个，其中之一呢，就是泰国文化的泼水节。And this is in Thai words. Happy Songkhun Festival. So when you see Thai people, you would say Sadi Ka. To say thank you, you would say Kapun Ka. And to say welcome, you would say Ka. And this is Thailand's Happy Songkhun Festival in Taiwan. a multicultural Taiwan. We incorporate all cultures. We love all cultures here in Taiwan. And now let's talk about the story of Taiwan's own traditional culture. 台湾传统的文化，各位问到您，台湾的传统文化包含什么呢？你会想到什么呢 ？Andy， 我会想到的是台湾的舞龙舞狮的场景。而说到了我们可爱的桃园，最近刚刚在8月份，在我们市长的带领之下呢，就举办了大喜，这是关公的生日的活动，8月份就有许多舞龙舞狮。Now there you go, that's a dragon dance. I'm sure you've seen it on YouTube before. Now you get to see it in person here in Taiwan, in Taoyuan. That's the dragon dance. That is the golden jewel, or the person carrying the golden jewel leading the dragon to dance. And we did mention the lion, right? Here comes the lion dance of Taiwan. 除了舞龙之外，也有舞狮的表演，这就是我们台湾的传统文化。舞龙舞狮，身姿矫健，舞动着吉祥的讯息。These dragon dances, they are performed in local cultural and religious festivals, events here in Taiwan, and their purpose is to bring good fortune, health, wealth, and good fortune to everyone. And so we brought to you health, wealth, and good fortune through our sand painter, 舞龙舞狮, dragon dance, lion dance of Taiwan. Wonderful Taiwan. This is Taiwan's traditional culture. 象征着我们台湾人对于幸福、繁荣、吉祥的一个期盼。舞龙舞狮，咱家己台湾的哦。And now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we at now? We're at Taoyuan. Taoyuan is an international city. Taoyuan is the gateway of Taiwan to the world. Taoyuan is also the gateway of the world to Taiwan. So, in a sense, you could say Taoyuan is at the heart of Taiwan. 桃园就是我们台湾对国际的大门，迎接世界的大门。所以桃园也可以说是台湾的心脏大门，非常重要的城市。The number one city you visit in Taiwan is Taoyuan. Taoyuan is at the heart of Taiwan. There you go. That's Taiwan there. Where's the heart? Here comes the heart. Here comes Taoyuan, the center of Taiwan. Center in the sense of international travel. And we connect to the world, connect to our friendly nations to Taiwan all over the world. From Taoyuan, from Taiwan. Taoyuan City is at the heart of Taiwan. 我们台湾的文化荟萃，承载了人们对于美好生活的追求，还有向往，就是从桃园开始。美丽桃园，美丽台湾。And we have a punchline from our opening show. Diverse Taiwan. All right, there you go. Diverse Taiwan. Welcoming all of you here to Diverse Taiwan, starting from the number one city in Taiwan, Taoyuan. Wonderful event. 来，掌声给我们沙画老师。Our applause for the opening show, the Sand Painter. Thank you so much. Thank you. Diverse Taiwan. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of Taiwan's multiculturalism. 紧接着呢 ，Andy 要为大家介绍的是我们现场与会的嘉宾。首先要再次请我们桃园市大家长，掌声欢迎我们张善政市长 ，the Mayor of Taoyuan。报告市长，跟我们有红色点点的直播镜头挥手。全世界正在看我们桃园红色点点的直播镜头，欢迎市长。报告市长，我们直播的镜头，红色点点的直播镜头，再挥手一下，全世界的观众都在看我们桃园。桃园是我们台湾的焦点 ，Yes。紧接着呢，我们要欢迎的是马来西亚友谊及贸易中心代表 ，Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Malaysia Friendship and Trade Center, President Asnifa. Welcome. President Asnifa Isnaria Abdul Ghani. Welcome. Terima kasih. Thank you. 马来西亚话，谢谢哦，是 Terima kasih。再来，我们欢迎的是我们澳洲办事处代理代表 ，Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Australian office in Taipei, Representative Excellency Lachlan Cruz. Good day, sir. Thank you for joining us. Your Excellency, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome also from Malaysia Friendship and Trade Center, we have Deputy President Sia Jaratut Dudi Abdullah. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Terima kasih. Let's move back to Australia, because we have from Australia, ladies and gentlemen, from the city of Logan, Queensland, Australia, Mayor Mr. Darren Power. And just beside Australia, we have Philippines. Please welcome from Manila Economic Cultural Office, Deputy Resident Representative, Madam Alice Visperas. Thank you for joining us. And just north of Taiwan, we have from Japan, from Chiba Prefecture, Narita City, Mayor Koizumi Kazunari. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, sir. 好的，我们现场呢也有很多的贵宾 ，Andy 继续利用点时间介绍。We have so many guests. Please give me a few more moments. 我们欢迎我们桃园市政府秘书处处长许淑珍处长。同时呢，我们也欢迎我们原住民族行政局我们陈志玲局长，局长好。桃园市立美术馆顾问石瑞仁石顾问莅临，掌声欢迎。好的，接下来我们要看直播的镜头了。We're live streaming on the world, so we have live streaming guests. 来，导播请我们国际文化纪念物及历史场所委员会 ICOMOS from Netherlands, Mr. Henk van Schaik. Welcome. He's joining us live. Right now in Netherlands, it's 7 a.m. in the morning. 紧接着我们欢迎的是中原大学宗教研究所客座助理教授 Please welcome Professor Cole Karnisaka. He's the first to join us today. He's very early bird. 紧接着呢，我们欢迎的是我们1095移民工文化协会秘书长江燕杰秘书长莅临，掌声欢迎。Last but not least， 醒吾科技大学应用英语系系教授、系主任张玉泉也是我们的引言人，掌声欢迎张教授。好的，各位 ，Andy 时间有限，无法一一的介绍。I don't have time to introduce everyone, so how about it? One round of applause for everyone. 我们掌声欢迎所有与会的贵宾。延续我们的掌声，就在此掌声之中，我们恭喜我们桃园市大家长，我们张善政市长为我们致开幕词。Please continue your applause to welcome our mayor. The number one city, the number one mayor in Taiwan, Mayor Mr. 张善政市长好，恭请市长为我们致开幕词。起立后。
Mayor Darren Power from Logan City， 还有日本成田市的市长
Mr. Koizumi, Mayor of Chiba Prefecture, and also President Asnifa, and also our friends from the Malaysian Friendship and Trade Center, as well as from Australia. It's such a pleasure for us to be able to organize this multicultural forum. Tomorrow we will be holding our first International Hakka Expo, so we welcome you there as well. And after you attend the International Hakka Festival, I think you'll get a better sense of why this is held in Taoyuan City. And today, the Multicultural Forum is themed upon connection, inclusion, and union. The reason that Taoyuan is capable of organizing the International Hakka Festival is because the Hakka people are a special group among the ethnic Chinese. and also an outstanding group of people. And the reason the expo is held in Taoyuan is because Taoyuan City has the largest Hakka population. There are 2.3 million people in Taoyuan, and I would say that the Hakka people account for about 900,000, so a high percentage. And the Hakka people are the largest group in Taiwan. So that is the first reason. And another reason that we're organizing this multicultural forum is because among all the cities in Taiwan, Taoyuan is quite unique in the sense of it being multicultural. And why is Taoyuan so diverse? This has to do with the historic background. In the past couple of centuries, the Hakka people and also the Mingnan people immigrated from mainland China to Taoyuan. Taiwan is a mountainous place, and Taoyuan, compared to other cities, has more plains compared to mountains. However, from Daxi to Fuxing, there are also beautiful mountains. And in the mountains, in the past couple of centuries, there are indigenous people. So the Mingnan people, the Hakka people, and also the indigenous people of Taiwan in the past couple of centuries lived in Taoyuan together. And they lived harmoniously. And in the past couple of years, Taoyuan has become the largest industrial city in Taiwan. What that means is that there are many job opportunities and demand for labor. So on top of this integration of Mingnan people, Hakka people, and also indigenous people, there are new immigrants that are also here in Taoyuan, becoming a part of our workforce. And of course, there are more and more indigenous people that have joined Taoyuan. On top of that, Taoyuan is where the international airport is located. That is why we've been able to attract a lot of overseas talent to Taiwan. And in the earlier days, there were many family members of military soldiers living in Taoyuan. So this creates a unique environment. So because of historical reasons, because of the economic makeup or the industrial structure, Taoyuan, compared to a lot of other cities in Taiwan, is known for being multicultural and diverse. And so this is the reason that we are here today for the Multicultural Forum. I think I will stop here. In a little bit, myself and other speakers will speak on stage, so I will present more during my speech to talk about how we plan to help different ethnic groups integrate and live together harmoniously. So as the mayor of Taoyuan, I'd like to welcome once again all of our guests to Taoyuan. And I hope that aside or on top of the Multicultural Forum today, you will be able to enjoy 66 days of the Hakka Expo. So I'm sure that you will learn more about the ethnic groups in Taiwan. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Zhang Shanzhen.
Mayor, Dr. Zhang Shanzhen. He was the former
Premier of Taiwan. One more round of applause. 再次掌声 the best mayor in Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen. 谢谢，我们有请市长，请入座。紧接着呢，我们要欢迎的是我们澳洲办事处代理代表，掌声欢迎 from the Australian
Office Taipei, Representative Excellency Mr. Lachlan Cruz to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Excellency Representative Mr. Lachlan Cruz. G'day, sir. G'day, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was late. When I was traveling over here, we had an accident on the highway, so I was late. But greetings to all of you. Good morning.
因为卢斯老师我的不同行确定
So my Chinese is not that good, so I will be delivering my talk in English.
I'm honoured to address today's Multicultural Forum, the third such forum to be hosted by the Taoyuan City Government. This forum also serves as a prequel to the World Hakka Expo 2023, which I look forward to attending tomorrow. This forum, centred around understanding the dynamics of multiculturalism, reflects the wisdom in recognising that our differences are not barriers, but rather bridges that lead us to innovative solutions and sustainable urban development. By coming together today, we reaffirm our commitment to nurturing a way of life that is not only economically prosperous, but also socially inclusive and culturally vibrant. Taoyuan's story of multiculturalism, demonstrated by the harmonious integration of Hakka, Minnan, Indigenous, new immigrants and migrant workers, is testament to the potential that lies within a diverse community. There are parallels with Australia's own experience as a multicultural nation. Multiculturalism is a central characteristic of a shared Australian identity alongside Australia's First Nations traditions. Australia is home to the oldest continual culture on the planet and to people from more than 300 ancestries. More than half of Australia's residents were born overseas or have at least one parent born overseas, and almost a quarter of Australia's population speaks a language other than English at home. Australia is a nation whose people share common ground with many of the world's peoples. Our embracing of a multitude of languages, beliefs and perspectives, and even cuisines, has been an important driver of Australian progress, innovation and resilience over the years. Culturally and linguistically diverse, or CALD communities, are integral to our vibrant society. Our modern multicultural society is a national strength, and we are committed to ensuring our institutional arrangements and multicultural policy settings are fit for purpose to further advance our multicultural society. As Australia's representative to Taiwan, I am reminded of the words of Australia's Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, that, and I quote, "Our foreign policy must be an accurate and authentic reflection of our values and interests, of who we are and what we want." Our multicultural experience shows us that our differences are to be cherished. As we engage in conversation and share insights in today's forum, we are reminded that a city's true strength lies in its ability to embrace, celebrate and harness the richness of its varied cultures. This event not only serves as a platform for dialogue on understanding multiculturalism and the value of diversity, but also symbolises the power of collaboration and understanding among sister cities. I extend my gratitude to the Taoyuan City Government for hosting this invaluable forum. May your discussions today be fruitful, connections forged, enduring, and commitment to multiculturalism guide you to a future where cities, united in their diversity, flourish. Thank you. 谢谢大家.
谢谢. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Your Excellency. Representative from Australian Trade Office, Mr. Lachlan Cruz. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, differences aren't barriers. They're, in fact, bridges for us, ladies and gentlemen. And now, let us welcome from Manila Economic Cultural Office, Deputy Resident Representative, Madame Alice Visperas, to address us. Please, Your Excellency.
Thank you. The Mayor of Taoyuan City, Honorable San Cheng Chang, President of Malaysian Friendship and Trade Center, Asnia Abdul Ghani, Representative of the Australian Office, the Honorable Lachlan Cruz, Mayor of Logan City, Australia, the Honorable Darren Power, and the Mayor of Narita City, Japan, Honorable Kozumi Kazunari, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, A pleasant good afternoon to all of you. One on? Did I get that right? On behalf of our chairman and resident representative, Silvestre H. Bello III, allow me to thank the Taoyuan City Government and its mayor for the invitation extended to the Manila Economic and Cultural Office to be part of this significant undertaking. This multicultural forum further exhibits the premium this city of Taoyuan puts on embracing us and other cultures here in Taiwan. In this era of globalization and interconnectivity, cultural diversity has become a critical aspect of every society. More so, as people tend to travel, immigrate, and intermarry, it makes the world a mosaic of diverse cultures. There are about 10 million Filipinos working across the globe, and 155,000 of them are here in Taiwan. I am pleased to share with you that most of these migrant workers, or around 32,000, call Taoyuan their second home. Yes, we have more than 32,000 overseas Philippine workers in Taoyuan who gets to experience Taoyuan's warm hospitality and friendship. Geographically speaking, the Philippines is the closest country in Taiwan, for we only have a stretch of 120 kilometers of seawaters separating us. Our Ivatan people and your Yami people speak almost the same dialect, and the Philippines and Taiwan share a similar love for food and music. I am happy to share that the Taoyuan City Government has bridged the cultural gap by staging several programs for our Filipino migrants. One of them is the hosting of our Christmas celebration in 2022, where Filipinos from all over Taiwan came together and celebrate together. Indeed, embracing cultural diversity inspires innovation, creativity, and deepened understanding. Therefore, as we participate in this forum, let us take this opportunity to share our ideas, experiences, and learn from one another. Let us not forget that when everyone is included, every undertaking becomes productive and more meaningful. Thank you once again for having us today, and I wish everyone a successful forum. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency, Madame Visperas. Thank you. And it's always more fun in the Philippines. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, also for the opening address, please join me in welcoming from the city of Logan, from Queensland, from Australia, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Darren Power. G'day, sir.
Hello. I would like to acknowledge my fellow leaders here this afternoon. On behalf of the City of Logan in Australia, I would like to extend my gratitude to our city and the Mayor of Taiwan, who has invited us here today. I look forward to sharing more today, but I'd like to open up with the fact that Australia, and we pride ourselves as a multicultural country. In my city alone, we have 230 different cultures. So we have certainly seen the challenges in the times, but we've also seen the successes, and we'll talk about that later. But I'd also like to acknowledge that Australia is now, in the next 5 years, going to open Australia's borders again after COVID to another 1.5 million people. Of course, this will enhance our country, and we will work with these people to make Australia a better country, because we accept that Australia has been a city of immigration for its whole life. Of course, we recognise Indigenous people, and we have a referendum this year, which the Australians will recognise Indigenous people, and hopefully that referendum will get up. But acknowledging that we all come, apart from the Indigenous people, we all come from overseas. So I'd like to talk about that later, and I look forward to that. Thank you very much.
very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Mr. Darren Power from City of Logan, Queensland, Australia. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least for the opening address, please welcome from Japan, from Chiba Prefecture, from Narita City, Mayor Koizumi Kazunari. Konnichiwa. Welcome. Dozo.
Good afternoon. I came here from Narita City. My name is Kozumi Kazunari. Mayor Zhang of Taoyuan City. Taoyuan, just like Narita City, has an airport, and that's why we became sister cities. And the two cities have become very friendly despite COVID. Or because of COVID, Narita City was not able to exchange with Taoyuan City. However, in 2020, we were provided masks delivered from Taoyuan to Japan. So we'd like to extend our gratitude for Taiwan for reaching out. I am one of the speakers in the forum today. I'd like to once again thank the organizer for having me. When it comes to border control post-COVID, we have established policies towards immigrants. So for overseas residents, we want them to be able to live in Japan at ease. And in the forum today, you will be able to hear different policies in various countries. And on top of that, we will be able to conduct further exchange. So thank you very much.
Thank you. ちょっと待って photo。我们现在恭请我们市长带领我们进行大合照。来，再次掌声欢迎我们桃园市大家长张善政市长 ，Mr. Mayor of Taoyuan City, please。报告市长，您站在中间带领我们进行大合照。接下来呢 ，Andy 要请我们第一排的贵宾包含了我们原住民族行政局陈局长，请上台大合照 ，group photo。First row，中间第一排贵宾请上台。还有呢，我们的系列论坛的讲者，还有我们的引言人，第一张大合照。There will be two parts, part 1 and part 2. This is photo part 1. 市长在中间，来，我们第一排的贵宾 ，first row VIP guest, please come up for the group photo. 系列论坛的讲者，还有引言人 ，our speakers and our moderators, please join us on stage for the part 1 group photo. 你看看这么多元的族群。This will be a wonderful beginning of our forum, Multicultural Forum, for connection, for inclusion, for union. Please stand in the second row. Come over here. We want the photo to be balanced. 来，大会摄影师请举手。报告市长，我们举手的是大会摄影师、录影师。好。This will be a wonderful beginning of our forum, a group photo. 来，各位现场的好朋友们，帮安迪一下忙，喊赞好吗？多元文化论坛赞不赞？桃园市赞不赞？张善政市长，台湾 ，Thank you。报告市长，还有 Part 2， 来，我们现场的贵宾，其他贵宾请上台。我们现场的其他贵宾请上台 ，please。 Our guests, please join us for photo part 2. 第二张大合照，第二张大合照，请上台。各位贵宾，我们市长在等了，赶快上台，第二张大合照。谢谢，我们市长在等您。第二张大合照。站第二排，穿插在第一排的肩膀跟肩膀中间。市长在等待大家呢。来，第二张大合照，第二排的贵宾站在第一排贵宾肩膀跟肩膀中间。This is group photo part 2. Second row, please stand in between the shoulders. 很简单，你要看得到摄影师，摄影师就拍得到你的脸。这张要发新闻的照片哦。This is for the press release. Second row, please stand close together. Please stand close together. 好，再一次，多元文化论坛。Yes， 再来，桃园，张市长，台湾。谢谢，我爱桃园，我爱台湾，谢谢市长。报告市长，请直接入座在台上。President Asnifa, please remain on stage. Mayor Power, Mayor Kazunari, please be seated on stage. For the Mayor's Forum, 报告市长，请直接台上入座。President Asnifa, please stay on stage. For the forum. 好，市长要拿一下资料，好的，马上切入到我们的市长论坛的环节。And now, ladies and gentlemen, we should delve right into our core section, the forum. We're going to talk about multicultural connection, multicultural inclusion, and union. 来，欢迎我们市长，请上台入座。Please welcome President Asnifa from Malaysia, Friendship Trade Center. Please welcome Mayor Darren Power. Please welcome Mayor Kazunari. Please be seated. 好的，报告市长，首先要恭请市长来为我们做精彩的简报，掌声欢迎市长。
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor of Taiwan City, Mayor Dr. Zhang Shenzhen, the former Premier of Taiwan.
好，各位来宾，接下来花10多分钟。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so in the following, I will take around 15 minutes to share with you the diverse culture and governance in Taoyuan. I would like to first share with you the context of Taoyuan's cultural diversity. And then I would like to share with you our various policy measures and initiatives in supporting people of different cultural backgrounds and how to make them feel more at home in Taoyuan. So here we see data-wise, these are the different ethnic groups in Taoyuan. The majority are Minnan people, around 1.3 million of Minnan Hokkien people in Taoyuan. So these are those whose main language is Taiwanese, Hokkien. The second major group are the Hakka people. There are around 900,000 Hakka people. We are the largest city. We have the largest Hakka population out of all the cities in Taiwan. And then migrant workers, we have over 130,000 migrant workers in Taoyuan. As mentioned earlier, we have a huge labor market. We have many important industries in Taoyuan. So many migrant workers from different countries live here in Taoyuan and contribute to our economy. We also have a huge indigenous community. Originally, they live in the mountains in Fuxing district, around 10,000 of them. But because Taoyuan has a huge industrial base, we have attracted many indigenous people to come here, to live here, and work in many of our industries. And that's why we have a huge indigenous population as well. we look at the different tribes, there are over 10 different indigenous tribes in Taoyuan. In Fuxing, they are originally the Taya tribe, and now we have a more diverse group of indigenous community. It's very diverse. We also have huge new immigrant community. Many of them are from China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Many of them have married with somebody here in Taoyuan. They have settled down and built their families here. We also have these military dependence villages, over 100 of these military dependence villages. So here you can see that we have a lot of military bases, and that's why we have these military dependence villages. So these are the 6 main groups of people who call Taoyuan home. This is how the context of our cultural diversity. In the following, I would like to share with you how the different groups of people have built roots here in Taoyuan. First, in terms of the indigenous community, or for the Taiwanese people who have migrated domestically to Taoyuan, we want to provide them with more support, starting from education. Some of the indigenous people, they are financially disadvantaged, so we want to provide more educational support to both the adults and the children. In 2002, we established the Taoyuan Indigenous Tribal Community College. This is mainly for the adults. We not only help them pass down their languages, we also help them further develop the indigenous cultural industries, be it in music, in arts, in different areas of culture, and even in sports. We want to support the indigenous community, and that's why we have this tribal community college. In 2012, we have also founded the Taoyuan Indigenous Education Resource Center. For different age groups, we want to provide a very comprehensive educational service. For our new immigrants in Taoyuan, many of these are female immigrants who have married Taiwanese men. Many are from China, from Vietnam. We want to really help them feel at home. And that is why we have developed many of these orientation classes and programs. We provide classes so that they not only learn the language, but they understand how to have access to welfare services, personal safety, healthcare, parenting, etc. We have developed these orientation classes to better support the new immigrants. We also hope that the second generation of the new immigrants can stay connected to their original culture. They are able to speak Vietnamese, Malaysian, for example. That's why we have also provided these native language lessons. As mentioned, we also have a huge community of migrant workers here in Taoyuan. We also want to provide good educational programs for the migrant workers. For example, programs related to the law, how to better relieve from stress, and various skill training courses. We want to also help them feel more integrated in the Taiwanese society, so we have language classes for the migrant workers as well. We have a service center for the migrant workers. We also have a learning academy for migrant workers to provide all kinds of skill training and also language training. Many of the spouses of the Taiwanese people, we help them integrate better into our local communities. We have this immigrant center for learning. This learning center covers a wide variety of areas in community education, empowerment, legal knowledge. So as of June this year, we have already served almost 6,000 participants. This is our service for the new immigrants. In addition to educational programs, we also want to empower them through better employment. That's why we have these employment service centers. Many of the spouses, they not only work in a domestic setting, but they can also contribute to the entire economy. If you come to Taoyuan, you'll see that we have many Vietnamese restaurants, Thai restaurants, a lot of these businesses run by the new immigrants. I've been to many of them, and I really enjoy these delicacies, these very authentic cuisines, Vietnamese, Thai cuisines, and even Indonesian cuisine as well. So I encourage you to explore them. In terms of the employment support for the indigenous community, we talked about the indigenous industries. In sports as well, we have many outstanding indigenous athletes. We hope to support the indigenous community so that they can really build on their advantage and niche. Like here, recently in Taoyuan, in the Lala Mountain, it is the season, the harvesting season for peaches. I would also like to encourage you to try many of the tasty Taoyuan local peaches. Many of these are harvested and managed by our indigenous tribes in that particular region. Here we also have a one-stop service station for the indigenous community. For example, services on loans, on business management. We provide a wide variety of services to better support the indigenous people in integrating themselves into the economy. For the new immigrants, we have also established many programs to empower them in terms of their empowerment, in terms of employment. For example, how to set up an e-commerce service, for example. This is a new area. We provide a lot of trainings, consultations for diverse business areas so that the new immigrants, they can develop new and very hopeful career paths here in Taiwan. Once all these different groups of people have better lives, better economic life, we also hope that they feel more integrated in the society. In our city government, we have a number of committees and meetings to ensure the inclusion of these diverse groups of people. We incorporate them in policy making, for example, so that their voices can also be heard and be incorporated. Next, we'd also like to help many of our diverse groups better promote their cultures. Earlier in the sand painting, we learned about the different festivals from different cultures, and this is something that we really attach great importance to. Just not too far from here, probably 10 minutes away, this October, we will be organizing a very large-scale international indigenous cultural creative festival. Just 10-minute drive from here, we have built this International Indigenous Cultural Creative Park. This park not only serves as a venue for exhibition, it's also an area to showcase the diverse indigenous cultures and communities. It will be a great venue for different people to experience the richness of indigenous cultures. It's almost like a one-stop shopping venue as well. I talked about the Songkran Festival of Thailand. I've also participated in that festival before. We need to be prepared, and we need to thank each other. The water means a kind of blessing, so we have to enjoy being all wet during the Songkran festival. It is a festival of great blessing. And also the Ramadan festival in Taoyuan. It's also a major event here. We talked about the Thai cuisine, Vietnamese, Indonesia cuisine. We want to celebrate these different culinary cultures. We also celebrate Minnan culture with our Taoyuan Minnan Festival. This is already the 12th year of the Minnan Festival. We want to highlight the essence of the Minnan cultures. We also organize forums. Today in the lunar calendar, it's June 24th. It's actually the birthday of Guan Yu. It's a very important general during the tri-state historical period. It's about 1,900 years ago. So this is the birthday of Guan Gong. Many temples, including in Daxi, they're the Guan Gong festival celebrating his birthday. It's a very important celebration. It's a culture that we brought over from mainland China. Over 200 years, it has already built its very unique roots in Taiwan, including the celebration of Guan Gong's birthday here. It's very unique, and I encourage you to explore and understand. We also have the Ba Kuai Cuo folk art village. Ba Kuai Cuo, it means a compound of 8 houses. So the early settlers here, they have built these settlements. They have this unique Minnan architecture, and that's why we have this folk art village here in Taoyuan. I talked about the 2023 Hakka Expo that will be taking place tomorrow. We have the largest Hakka population out of all the cities in Taiwan. So in the following 6 days, we will be showcasing the diverse aspects of Hakka culture. We will also be inviting representatives, Hakka friends from over 23 countries. The Hakka people, they have immigrated from Guangdong to Southeast Asia to different parts of the world. So starting from tomorrow, we will be welcoming back our Hakka friends from 23 countries, sharing the Hakka culture globally. We also have friends from around Taiwan, from over 14 cities and counties, to share their Hakka community cultures. We have Hakka people who live close to the ocean or close to the mountains. They have all developed their unique cultures. Starting from tomorrow at the Hakka Expo, it will be a great way to experience the richness of Hakka cultures. And then finally, the military dependence village culture. In 1949, when they left mainland China and came to Taiwan, there were these villages that were developed close to the military bases. They have developed into these unique military dependence village culture. And that is why we have the Taoyuan Military Village Festival to celebrate this unique culture. Many of these villages, communities are well preserved. I also welcome you to visit many of these villages. It will give us a better understanding of what it was like 50 years ago, 40 years ago, in these military families. So here, I just want to give you a very broad overview. We try to be very friendly for people of different cultures, to safeguard their rights, to ensure that there's no discrimination, to empower them further in developing new skills so that they can co-live with all the different groups of people here in Taiwan and make it a better place. Thank you.
Much, Mr. Mayor. Wonderful presentation. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome President of Malaysia Friendship Trade Center, President Asnifa Isnarian Abdul Ghani, for the presentation. With our applause, 掌声欢迎. Thank you, ma'am. Please, Your Excellency, President Asnifa.
Thank you. His Excellency Mayor Chiang San-cheng of Taiwan City, Mr. Lachlan Cruz, Acting Representative of the Australian Office, Taipei, Ms. Alice Visperas, Deputy Resident Representative of Manila Economic and Cultural Office, His Excellency Mayor Darren Power of Logan City, Australia, His Excellency Mayor Koizumi Konuzari of Narita City, Chiba Prefecture, Japan, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Dajiaxia Wu Hao. I'm pleased to be given this opportunity to address all of you at the Multicultural Forum, Connection, Inclusion, Union. So I thank and welcome the Taoyuan City government for organizing this important event. Next slide, please. So Malaysia's cultural diversity is made up of a string of framework, policies, guidelines, and a national agenda and blueprint to implement what's important for Malaysia, given a country that is diverse in its ethnicity and cultural makeup. Next, please. So Malaysia's demographics has changed. We're one of the few other countries in the region where people have been integrated together to weave into a group of colorful patterns. At the moment, Malaysia stands at about just short of 33 million people based on the 2020 national census. This population is comprising of at least just under 70% of Bumiputra. Bumiputra refers to the people of origin. And when people of origin, we meant those in the peninsula of Malaysia as well as the northern tip of Borneo, the states of Sabah and Sarawak. They are called Bumiputra, or people of origin, or in some countries they are called indigenous communities. While 23% of the Malaysian population are comprised of the Chinese ethnicity, about 6.7% are Indians, and the rest, less than 1%, are those from the other minor community groups. So from all these diversity of cultural and ethnicity makeup, we're looking at least 15 different key ethnicities in the country, with at least 137 languages and 7 different religions and faith. So you can imagine with such diversity that is bound to be some kinds of differences, which Malaysia, since our independence, we have largely celebrated. But it doesn't come without its own challenges. So who are these other cultural or the ethnicity minorities? This less than 1%. These are the Thai ethnicity from the northern tip, who they came from the southern part of Thailand in the peninsula. They also come from the Portuguese community that has found home in some parts of the western coast of the Malay Peninsula. So the Portuguese, the Thais, and we also have the Euro-Asian or Eurasian communities that make up the Malaysian population. Now, next please. As I mentioned, that since there's been so many different amalgamation of cultural and racial differences in one place, in the early parts of Malaysia's nation building, since our independence from our colonial powers back in 1957, Malaysia saw this influx of people from different parts of the world to come into the country to assist and help and co-develop certain industries. We have the Chinese people that came to assist us with the various promise of economic prosperity for them. And we have the Indians that came from the Indian subcontinent also with similar promises. When they came to Malaya, or rather before Malaya became Malaya, they were segregated into doing specific jobs, specific duties, specific work, because we were still under colony, we were still under occupation. So over time, there hasn't been a real effort to actually ensure that this kind of integration are done seamlessly. It continued, this practice of identification of ethnicities based on occupation was very clear. If you're Chinese, typically you'll be working in the mining sector. If you're an Indian, you'll be technically working mostly in the rubber sector, because you will be assisting in producing more rubber to supply to Europe, for example. So that was how initially it was. But over time, the key ethnicities in Malaysia came together as one. It did not come without a prize, it did not come with our own set of challenges, but it worked over time. And one of the foundations that helped realize this is the establishment of what we call national principles. To recognize, to accept, we're not just a tolerance, a society that's just tolerant of each other. We are a society that accept, recognize, and adapt, and embrace what we call national principles, or in Malay, rukun negara. Essentially, they are pledges, a promise that we as individuals that form a society, we want to proclaim these elements in principles as part of ourselves as individuals, that we essentially will contribute to society. And among the elements, it's just 5 principles. Percaya kepada Tuhan, or believe in God. Kesetiaan kepada raja dan negara. Loyalty to king and country. Upholding the constitution, respecting the rule of law, and good behavior, or good conduct and morality. So these 5 principles, or promise, or pledges, are basically essentially what guides us as a Malaysian society. Over time, after 1970, after this, fast forward decades afterwards, Malaysia established a national unity policy. This national unity policy is essentially intended to strengthen, harness all the efforts that Malaysia has done from independence up until now without recognizing different ethnicities or groups. In modern terms, based on the UN, is to not leaving anyone behind. Essentially, that's what it is. We have a special blueprint to drive this forward. But just before that, in 2020, Malaysia established a devoted Ministry of Unity to undertake this kind of work. And most recently, Malaysia ideated the Madani Unity Framework, or Kerangka Membangun Malaysia Madani. Essentially, it is supposed to boost what we've done. Now, under the leadership of our current Prime Minister, Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, the Madani framework is to strengthen the implementation of the blueprint that we've had to focus on advanced, skilled, and inclusive Malaysian community, particularly in education and our economy. It's supposed to serve as a reference for the government to implement programs and activities based on our efforts to create the Madani society among people of all ethnic groups. So this message is not just unique to this framework. We have had the Malaysia's development blueprint, or the Rancangan Malaysia ke-12, the 12th national blueprint that Malaysia has come come up with since 1957, takes into consideration explicitly that any economic efforts or initiatives that the government needs to put forward does not consider different ethnicities. It is supposed to be all-inclusive. Now, next, please. Malaysia's national unity policy runs from the concept of unity in diversity to preserve the harmony in the country, and that brings us to the National Unity Blueprint, which is a 10-year blueprint framework, and then it runs into its action plan together in parallel, and it creates thus the Malaysia Madani Unity Framework. I think you can see that from our slides. Yes. Okay, can we go to the next slides, please? Now, all these suggest essentially what the government is doing as a framework. Can we have the next slide? Next, please. So let's go to the interesting part, something that Malaysia can identify with Taiwan. Malaysia's Chinese ethnicity comes with many subgroups of Chinese ethnicities. The Hakka community is also one of those communities inexistent in Malaysia. I am actually one of those who married into a Hakka family in Malaysia. My husband is Chinese Malaysian and his mother is Hakka. I must admit that I don't speak any Chinese, unfortunately. I come from a very different kind of streaming of education in Malaysia, but I hear the Hakka language being spoken every day in my household. My children speak Mandarin. My children speak or understand Hakka because they speak to Nai Nai in Hakka. So I understand what it means. In Malaysia, Hakka is also well known as cake. They have been very well known in preserving their culture and their very strong family traits and ties. And often they say Hakka women are the matriarch. They are very strong in handling and controlling their children, especially those who are naughty. But that's besides the point. But what I'm trying to say is the Hakka community has played a significant role in Malaysia, not just to uphold their culture and tradition and family values, but they are also very well known in their own contribution to our economic development. I'm sure the name Jimmy Choo is not something alien to all of us, but he's also of Hakka descent. I've been made to get to know. We have also the Yap Ah Loy, another Hakka personality in Malaysia in the early 19th century. Very prominent figure in Kuala Lumpur, actually. Kuala Lumpur, for those of you who are not familiar, Kuala Lumpur is the capital of Malaysia, and Yap Ah Loy is one of the earlier figures that helped to develop Kuala Lumpur. We have Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who actually made Penang Island home for a while, especially in 1911. We have also Cheong Fat Zi, a very rich Chinese tycoon who built an iconic blue mansion in the island of Penang. For those of you who are not so sure who this person is and what it means, just Google and you'll see that blue mansion. I've been there, I've stayed in there. It's a beautiful place. You should try and see. It's very iconic. It's very well known. But unfortunately or fortunately, the features sometimes over time may either be more pronounced or sometimes it's become overrun by other more interesting cultures by the younger generation. But that being said, it runs in parallel. As much as there are many also people still speak the Hakka dialect in Malaysia, by the same breath, the younger generation are also multilinguists. Malaysians, Malaysian Chinese, Indians, are generally multilinguists, and they speak not just Malay and English, but they also speak their own dialects as well, apart from Mandarin and Cantonese. And the next, please. The other ethnicity that we'd like to highlight that has been very prominent in Malaysian culture and diversity is the Baba and Nyonya community. They are also considered a sub-Chinese community in Malaysia, but they're also known as the Peranakan Chinese. And what this essentially means, or Straits Chinese in some historical textbooks, they are mainly descendants of Chinese in the Ming and Qing dynasties from mainland China in the early 15th century to the 17th century. So this ethnic group is quite unique. They are considered those that are born into the integration of culture between local Malays and the Chinese migrants in the state of Malacca. Why Malacca? Because Malacca, at one point, it is the single most important entry port in the peninsula of Malaysia. Now, over time, the changes of times, the Peranakan people, they moved not just from Malacca, but they're also present in parts of Singapore, Indonesia, and also Thailand. But now, over time, a majority of these, the younger generation have immigrated to other countries in the West. But their cultural heritage remains much alive. For example, their foods, even though there is an amalgamation of Chinese and Malay influences in what they eat, it is quite unique. You will have certain influences from the Chinese way of cooking, but they're more predominantly Malay. Their foods are quite spicy. They have very prominent ways of preparing desserts, or kueh, we call them. And these are some of their identities that are prominent in the Straits settlement ethnicities. So these cultures are deeply steeped that we see in their traditions. For example, what's still prominent is the way weddings are being held and the way they are dressed and what dresses they wear during weddings. And these are the things that the Malaysian government will continue to support to ensure that our heritage, regardless of ethnicities, do not go away with time or not be forgotten at all. So before I close, in Malaysia, efforts to promote and preserve culture has been extensive. This is evident from independence, from the year of independence until now. And many, not just in the federal government, but also state governments, like the states of Malacca and Penang, have been at the forefront in preserving culture and heritage. One of our different strands that make Malaysia as a community also makes us very unique, and it complements each other. Now, with the advent of social media, it's always easy to look at the complexities, the differences, and the key points that make us different, and that's why that's something for people to celebrate hate. But it is not the case for Malaysia, because we draw strength from our unity and our differences. We always say that we are united in diversity, and it's not just words. Our first Prime Minister, Tengku Abdul Rahman, he said, and I quote, "We usually forget that apart from making a living from this earth, human beings live in societies, and these societies have cultures. It is only through having cultures that mankind on this earth has an ordered and meaningful life." With that, 谢谢.
谢谢. Terima kasih. Thank you for this wonderful presentation from President Asnifa from Malaysia Friendship Trade Center. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on for our next panel presentation, please welcome our mayor from the city of Logan, from Queensland, from Australia, Mr. Darren Power. Mayor Power, g'day.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to speak here today. It is an absolute privilege to be here as part of the 2023 Multicultural Forum to explore the themes of connection, inclusion and union. As is customary in Australia, I would like to first acknowledge all Indigenous peoples here today and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. I'd also like to special mention my fellow sister city colleague, Sen Chen Chang, Mayor of Taoyuan City, thank you very much, and of course all our other dignitaries here today. I am delighted to be invited by our sister city, Taoyuan. I look forward to seeing more of this beautiful city. It is my first time to visit Taoyuan, and I am impressed with the friendly hospitality, the cultural diversity, and the natural attractions in such a highly populated city. The City of Logan and Taoyuan City have enjoyed a long-standing and strong sister city relationship since 1995. Our sister city values this relationship and they provide opportunities for education, cultural, sporting and economic exchanges. Australia and Taiwan have long-standing and mutual benefit trade and economic links and close connections between our peoples. More than 100,000 Taiwanese Australians make a positive contribution to Australia's multicultural society and enrich our culture. Our business links to help create jobs and support the prosperity of both our economies. The City of Logan is one of the most cultural diverse local government areas in Australia. Our nations have similarities between us that include our deep cultural landscapes and the abundance of multicultural and ethnic communities within our communities. We define ourselves not by our background, but by our commitment to fairness, democracy, freedom, and the rule of law, united by mutual respect, dignity, and equality of opportunity. These are our values that Australia and Taiwan share. We all have the shared values of celebrating diversity, sharing experiences, and enhancing community connections. Our culture runs deep, with thriving Indigenous community featuring families who have links to ancestry dating back 60,000 years. And they are now joined by people from every corner of the world. This makes Australia what we are, a land that is home to the oldest continuous culture in the world and to the people from more than 300 ancestries. We recognise the importance of traditional custodians. They hold the memories, traditions, cultures and hopes. By embracing our cultural diversity, we inspire connection, equality and inclusion in the community so people feel a sense of belonging and make a positive contribution to our society. We look closely with cultural leaders to shape and embrace the city's multicultural tapestry by advancing communities where everyone can belong, contribute and thrive, enhancing our strong community connections. Logan City Council has continuously walked alongside our cultural leaders to best understand their needs and aspirations of their communities. It is a two-way, respectful and involving relationship that focuses on understanding needs and using our resources and networks to support individuals and communities to thrive in our city. Initiatives range from dedicated staff to provide one-on-one support into funding grants to facilitate community-run programs and events, many social enterprises that specialise in supporting migrants and have their operations in Logan, and Council works closely with them to support these programs. We celebrate and value our city's diversity. Of our 363,000 residents, approximately 28% That's 1 in 4 people nearly, or over. Or 96,000 residents were born overseas. And almost 62,500 people, that's 1 in 6, speak a language other than English at home. We proudly boast of the people of Logan that there are 234 cultural backgrounds, giving the city a vibrancy and richness in its landscape. Food, architecture and heart. You will see the national dress from countries all over the world, proudly worn on every corner street. The City of Logan's central location, green spaces and affordable housing has made it an attractive location for new arrivals to set down their roots. In the City of Logan, we ensure relevant and accessible services are provided based on community needs. Our community can explore connection, inclusion and union at our temples, churches, restaurants, schools, community events, street parties, homes, the kitchen table, just to name a few. Council provides grant funding to community groups to conduct major festivals and events including Chinese New Year celebrations, where an average of 30,000 people visit Logan to celebrate. The New Year celebrations, on average 7,000 people visit to celebrate. And then we have just the small events, we have 200 to 300 people, gatherings of cultural groups with smaller representations. We also inspire connection, equality and inclusion in the community so people feel a sense of belonging and make a positive contribution to society and lead healthy and active lives. Diversity is our strength. We're dedicated to continuous learning and understanding community needs, trends and achievements. By doing this, we strengthen the relationship with our cultural and logistically diverse communities. These communities play a key role in shaping the city's social, cultural, economic and civic life. Logan City Council recognises the diverse language groups across the city and ensures all communications are crafted at a level easy to understand and that digital communications can be translated using digital tools. Our community development team secure state and federal government grants to support community aspirations. We recently established Stories from the Kitchen, a similar program that's happening here. A monthly event that invites the community to cook traditional dish and bring it to an event to share cultures with others. The program was established and run with councils to support, and funding, now successful, has been handed over to the community to continue. Council has secured funding for a free Learn to Swim program for migrants, celebrated through a video that had participants speak in their own language and talk about the benefits of the program to encourage others to learn to swim. This is a good example where Council's strong connection to community helps it understand where the needs are and then uses its resources and networks to bring people together and the elements to create a successful program. The importance of diversity in business and international trade relationships contributes to the local economy. It encourages different perspectives and approaches and enhances creativity and innovation. Diversity strengthens not only our local connections, but our trade relations by encouraging new opportunities, collaborations that have a strong sense of trust and loyalty. Logan City Council has dedicated staff in our economic development team who help connect migrants to skill, training and jobs. Working one-on-one with individuals and hand-in-hand with local-based employment and training services that specialise in supporting migrants. The Mayor's Local Jobs and Skills Task Force continues to work with various government departments, multicultural organisations and employees to discuss and create employment and training opportunities for residents from multicultural communities taking on and supporting a workforce from culturally diverse backgrounds. In fact, in 2 weeks' time, Council is partnering with the multicultural community to hold a multicultural career and job expo, which will host around 40 exhibitions and employees with job opportunities and career opportunities of all ages. Council seeks opportunities to support start-up companies and tailored support for migrants by providing business migrant workshops and one-on-one meetings to assist them with their small business start-up journey. In the City of Logan, we proudly embrace who we are. We foster a friendly and welcoming community spirit where diversity is our strength and our cultural riches spill into every part of our life. Thank you for having me here today. I look forward to learning more from my fellow leaders here today. I would now like to leave you with a short video that sums up the City of Logan. Thank you.
Thank you, and here's the video. City of Logan.
Yeah, they don't know just what to do with me. Promise this is nothing new to me. If you came in here to ruin me, hope you writing out a eulogy. I was tailor-made beautifully, you can never find two of me. Look how I'm shining, cold turn into diamonds. I need a moment of silence. This is our moment. This is our moment. This is our moment. Gladiator in this art of war. What you think that I've been fighting for? Got a cape on like a superhero. They rushing at me like a matador. Nah, I don't need your energy. I don't need the negativity. I'm just trying to bring my people up. Promise y'all I got the remedy. Straight to the roof, tell them we bringing the troops. We got a little surprise, you thinking that we ain't the truth. We give it 120, we never make an excuse. So go run and tell everybody down that we coming for you.
All right, the City of Logan. Once again, our applause for Mayor, Mr. Darren Power. Diversity is strength. Wonderful city, Logan City. Moving on to another wonderful city. This is Narita City in Chiba Prefecture. From Japan, please welcome Mayor Koizumi Kazunari. Dozo.
今日このような発言の機会をいただき
I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Taoyuan City government, and all of you for having me. I will now be speaking about multicultural and what Narita City has done in terms of our policies. But first of all, I'd like to show you our city, Narita City from the Chiba Prefecture.
Why not while away the time before your flight by making one more memory in Narita City? Wear an authentic kimono and stroll along the avenue to the temple. Try the famous eel dish. Relax with some matcha green tea. There is a lovely green park just nearby. The traditional festivals are impressive. Cherry blossoms, the symbol of Japan, are in full bloom in April. Close to the airport, close to the plains, too. Visit Narita City, the closest Edo to the world.
Thank you for watching. Narita City is adjacent to Tokyo. It is located in the northern part of Chiba Prefecture. It borders the Tone River and also the Imba Marsh. We cover about 214 square kilometers with a population of around 130,000. We have a so-called Narita-san Shinjoshi Temple, which flourished into a charming temple town. The Narita-san Shinshoji Temple receives over 10 million visitors annually. Particularly during the first 3 days of the new year, it attracts about 3 million visitors. And I would say it is among the top in terms of Buddhist temples in the nation. Meanwhile, Narita City hosts the Narita International Airport, Japan's gateway, and we welcome about 14 million visitors annually. And Narita City serves as an international tourist city. If we look at the 2019 numbers of visitation, Chiba Prefecture, where Narita International Airport is located, ranked the 3rd nationwide in terms of visitation. And the number of foreign visitors staying in Chiba Prefecture is mostly accounted for by those staying in Narita City. The Narita City residents, registered foreign residents, in June 2023, we have 7,496. That takes up 5.7% of the total population. Compared to 2017, this is an increase of about 3,247 people. This is a nearly 1.8 times higher. And the foreign residents, or the increase in foreign residents, can be attributed to factors of the amendment of the Immigration Control and Refugee Recognition Act, which is effective from April 2019. So after this act was renewed or amended, there were new border control measures. However, because of COVID-19, there was a temporary decrease of foreign residents due to border control measures. However, the trend has once again turned towards an increase. So with the increase of foreign residents, the number of nationalities and also regions has also expanded. At the end of March 2022, we had 67 foreign residents, or foreign residents from 67 countries and regions. If we look at the age distribution of our foreign population, the age group between 20 to 39 mostly lives in the city. However, some foreign residents are also aging. So we can say that in the city, the culture and the lifestyles of foreign residents are quite diverse as their living needs become more complex and diverse. So under this context, for a town with increasing foreign residents, we hope that these foreign residents and also Japanese residents can acknowledge each other's diverse values and live in harmony. That's why we formulated the Narita City Multicultural Inclusion Guideline. So this was done in December 2021. To develop these guidelines, the city first conducted surveys of both Japanese and foreign residents. We wanted to learn about the challenges the foreign residents faced living in the city. And the results showed that we wanted to help foreign residents feel at home and not to be confined by language and cultural barriers. So that's why we needed to provide opportunities for them to experience Japanese culture. And also for the foreign residents to live in Japan comfortably and safely in the community, they need to be provided adequate information. So through community activities, we hope to boost the connection between individuals. We also wanted to promote Narita City to be an appealing town for all foreign visitors. So those are the basic ideas behind Narita City Multicultural Inclusion Guidelines. We hope that we can realize the idea of having people live in harmony with each other and identifying each other's backgrounds and to learn and live together and to become a sustainable society. Let's look at the next page. And right now, the city's main efforts towards multicultural inclusion includes Japanese language classes for foreigners or foreign resident consultations. We also provide support for foreign children attending school. We also have interpretation services for parents. We also have placement of Japanese language education assistants that can help translate documents. And today, I'd like to introduce to you the Japanese language classes provided to foreigners. On top of the language courses held by the city government, there are other non-governmental organizations that offer Japanese language classes to foreign residents. And many of these initiatives are supported by volunteers, allowing the foreign residents to attend classes for free or at a low cost. On top of that, these Japanese classes not only teach the Japanese language, but also provide cultural experiences such as calligraphy, or they can participate in Narita's festivals or invite Japanese residents to join conversations in classes so that the students, they can interact more with the community members. On top of Japanese language classes, the Narita City International Association holds workshops where foreign residents teach how to cook dishes from their home countries. You can see this photo here, how the Narita city hosted Ukrainian refugees, and we invited Ukrainian residents in Narita to teach and also to teach people or to share how to cook Ukrainian cuisine. And so looking ahead, the city plans to host new events onward. So through these activities, we can have foreigners and Japanese residents learn about each other's cultures. So we can learn more about each other, and it's expected that we will start from February 2024. It's important for different groups of people to learn more about each other and to be on equal footing and to live together. So this is not something that can be rolled out by government agencies, but every individual needs to consider this aspect and take action towards realizing a multicultural society. And the city government will continue to promote multicultural inclusion guidelines, and we will continue to work towards the realization of an inclusive multicultural community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。Mayor Kazunari.
どうぞ please be seated どうぞ成田 City 一番ですね再次掌声谢谢 报告市长，我们时间要追赶一点，因为前面稍微有一点delay 一下，所以报告市长，我赶快切入主题。Four short questions for four panelists, starting off with our mayor in Taoyuan. 报告市长，您担任过我们台湾的。
So the first question for Mayor Zhang, you were also the premier for our government. Here, we'd especially like to ask for your opinion on the policies or measures that safeguard the rights to the languages and cultures. We need to ensure that the younger generation, they have access to learning their languages and cultures, and also in their daily lives. We need to especially highlight these celebrations, these festivals, so that the younger generation, they can learn their cultures and languages from these festivals. So education and also festivals in daily life, these are two very important aspects. I'm also of Hakka heritage, but I only know very basic Hakka. We actually are probably the same level. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
City of Logan, wonderful city, sir. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Power, short question, short answer, because we're pressed on time, so I'm going to get straight to the point. Now, in your experience of promoting cultural integration, I'm sure you met challenges. Can you share with us some of your challenges and how you successfully overcame them, sir?
Can I just say the biggest challenge that our city ever faced was there was an incident about 15 years ago where we had two cultural groups clash. And as a result of that, the city was embarrassed and we just tore everything up and we started again. And when we had all the community leaders from all the groups, major groups, and the elders come in for a week of forum and discussion, and we decided that we would examine every possible flaw the city had. And that was about 15 years ago. And that was probably the best thing we've ever done, because we acknowledged our weaknesses and we drew from that and we put in place connections between the council and the elders from all the communities out there. We spoke to our state and federal governments and we got the facilities and the services that these people needed, and we really stepped up as a city.
Thank you, sir. I was in Curtin a couple of years ago, about 15 years ago. I've never heard of that incident. I was in Curtin in Perth.
So this incident happened between the Indigenous people and the New Zealand group and Samoan people. It was a small incident, but it drew state attention on the news. And as such, we were very embarrassed about the whole thing, and we took extreme action, obviously, needed to address that issue.
But the point is, we learn from our mistakes.
Absolutely.
And we build better.
And we acknowledge our mistakes, and we work from that, and we work hard to fix.
That's even better than never making any mistakes, because you never learn from mistakes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wonderful city, City of Logan. Got to visit that city sometime. I stayed only in Perth, because I was too focused on study. That's why I missed the news. Okay, President Aznifa, you had a wonderful presentation. Your husband is Hakka, I'm Hakka. Okay, so the question is, given cultural diversity, tell us more successful examples of Malaysian government, your government, successfully integrating cultural diversity. Strategies. Big question overall. Your point of view, your point of view.
There's been so many. Thank you for your questions. There's been so many, but sometimes it's as simple as so day to day. It's because it's become so part of our everyday life that you forget that it's a success story. Schools, for example.
Schools.
Schools.
What do the children come home and tell you? Mom, I had some trouble with...
There are different types of government-sponsored privately run schools, but generally in Malaysia, public schools are the dominant education pathway, right? Primary, secondary schools. But if you're looking at the more urban setting, we have national schools.
Mm-hmm.
which is open to all Malaysians. We have semi-government funded schools as well, and some of these are vernacular schools that are conducted in based on specific communities' languages, or Chinese schools.
Right.
The national schools, for example, has become quite a mainstay in the Malaysian society. It is where everyone and anyone of any race or ethnicity or religious beliefs are welcome to go and learn. And it is where the school education curricula brings together students and learn about each other's practices, not just based on the curricula, but also indirectly from your exchanges, your interactions with other students. So I am a product of such schools. And
Speaking from your own personal
yes.
experience.
I am that product. My friends, when we say friends, we're colorblind. We're blind about what race they are. We don't care who we are friends with. It's everyone and anyone. It can be Shirley, it could be Shaja, it could be Nidia Kala, it could be anyone with those names. But when we say our friends, it's basically friends. So that's, I feel, one of those strategies that has been successful. There's been many other success stories, but these are one of those key prominent ones that has worked for us.
Very good example, children at school. I went to Taipei American School, and that's where my English came from. And at Taipei American School, we have the son of the ambassador from Guatemala, and he spoke perfect Taiwanese. 伊啲台灣大漢嘅，啊結果喺瓜地馬拉大使囝，台語講得足好嘅。Okay, very good example. Mayor Kazunari, moving on. You had a wonderful presentation. I want to go to Narita City sometimes. Okay, so 请教您, I'm going to speak in Mandarin, and I'm going to listen to your answer from the interpreter. Yes. 请教您在您提出来。
So you mentioned about this multicultural inclusion guideline that started in 2021. When you implemented the guideline, what are some challenges that you have encountered? And also in Narita City, how do you help the locals better accept and embrace the immigrants? So in terms of the implementation of the guideline, in our central government, we have a designated office that implements the policy, and it is where our guideline comes from. Specifically, in Narita City, this guideline is a very concrete set of documents. For example, the Japanese locals and the immigrants, the newcomers, we will have surveys, for example. This is all specified in the guideline. We will have surveys to understand the needs and the voices of the foreigners in Narita City. And then based on the survey result, we will have findings. According to the findings, we will be able to then develop related policies. For example, language issues in their daily lives as a foreigner in Narita City, they think that there's a lack of support in language. And that is why we then developed ways to provide them to very accessible information. This is how we translate the survey findings into actual measures. The surveys help us identify the issues, our shortcomings, how we can better improve the environment, whether it's related to language communication or other areas. We want to better understand the reality, the issues that the foreigners encounter when living in Narita City, and then we can come up with more concrete, to-the-point measures and initiatives. In my government, in my city government, my entire staff, we also work very hard in educating our staff allowing them to understand the importance of cultural diversity. They have this stronger awareness of cultural diversity. So this is a very important foundation for all of us. And here I would also like to invite Mayor Zhang for a conclusion. So the 4 presentations and also this panel discussion that we have just shared, we have a few observations. First of all, different cities, different countries, there are the fundamental guidelines or policies, be it in Malaysia or in Australia, that we've just learned about. When we want to implement the guidelines or policies, of course, there's going to be hurdles and challenges. Our Australian mayor friend talked about the conflicts across different cultures. We understand that there's going to be challenges. But looking towards the bigger picture, in this globalized era, people are constantly moving. People of different cultures, they're moving around. There are attractions that bring people around. This is the mega trend that we will not be able to reverse. We attract different peoples to come to our cities, to our nations. We hope they can have a good life. Of course, we need to respect all of these who come to our cities to ensure a good working environment, to ensure abundance of educational opportunities. Once we can meet these basic criteria, then we can move forward in our efforts of cultural diversity. So with these foundation, we need to work together across people of different cultures for prosperity, for economic prosperity. And as long as we work on this condition, we will be able to create better harmony in the entire society. And this harmony will be beneficial to a country's economy and politics as well. So diversity is a strength.
各位，我们很抱歉，时间有限，无法开放让大家提问。但是呢，欢迎大家洽我们大会手册 email 来问问题给我们4位讲者。来，市长在中间带领我们どうぞ group photo，group photo。来，大会摄影师请举手。好，请看大会摄影师 ，wonderful panel，thumbs up，thumbs up for our panel，thumbs up。各位，这时候我们该做什么事情？掌声鼓励一下吧，好不好？ Thank you so much. Wonderful panel, wonderful audience. 谢谢大家，谢谢。我们休息10分钟，3点40分系列论坛马上登场。谢谢，谢谢市长，谢谢市长。Please， 市长还有媒体联访在外面，媒体联访在外面。各位，我们休息10分钟，3点40准时开始系列论坛，由张玉泉老师带领大家。谢谢各位。Take a break, 10 minutes. We come back at 3:40 for the next forum. Led by Professor 张玉泉，有我们语坛人、新加坡驻台商务办事处副代表 Mr. Philip Ong， 还有桃园市立美术馆顾问石顾问，以及线上参与我们的是 Mr. Hank Van Schaik from ICOMO， 还有中原大学宗教研究所教授康克教授 Professor Cole to join us in the panel。各位请注意，3点40准时开始。 还有我们1095移民工文化协会江秘书长，精彩的论坛稍后马上登场，3点半之后3点40休息10分钟准时登场，谢谢各位，谢谢。嘿，说得好，真的好。你要跟老师讲，因为这段是老师主持。我懂。可以。因为等到结尾的时候，这个人已经跑掉了，新加坡人跑掉了，所以老师先上台，先合照，才坐下来谈。谈完了之后，新加坡人就要跑掉了，一边绕跑啊。大合照的无意啊。好，谢谢。先上台，先大合照，再开始一个一个简报嘛。好，谢谢教授。 不，对不对？ 各位与会的嘉宾，大家好！提醒大家，我们系列论坛要开始了。Please, your panelist, Professor Cole. Welcoming Professor Cole, Mr. Philip Ong, and online we have Mr. Henk van Schaik. 欢迎我们江秘书长。Please, please， 我们先拍个大合照好吗？张老师，谢谢。Let's take a group photo first. Thank you. 大会摄影师，来，因为我们 panel 其中有一位讲者讲完之后另有要功，来 ，thumbs up, thumbs up. Thank you. Multicultural Forum. Wonderful smile. Okay. It's got to be a wonderful panel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be seated. 好，时间就交给我们张教授。掌声鼓励，教授好。
Wait, hello, ladies and gentlemen. So, since 中文就可以了。OK， 好。
I will speak in Mandarin. I think it's just us now, so let's enjoy. Let's enjoy this following program. Because of the interest of time, we are a bit behind schedule, so I'd like to invite our first speaker, Ong Han Chong Han, Deputy Representative of Singapore Trade Office in Taipei. So please welcome him.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues and guests and my fellow panelists. Singapore's location on the crossroads of trade between the East and West has drawn a diverse mix of people here for hundreds of years. Our multiracial and multi-religious identity began long before we attained independence as a nation in 1965. Interactions between the different ethnic groups, however, were limited under the British rule. The British government had assigned separate areas for the different communities: the Chinese downtown, the Malays in Kampong Glam and Geylang Serai, and the Indians in Serangoon and Sembawang. This segregation hindered the development of mutual understanding and trust between the communities. In 1964, Singapore encountered one of its worst racial riots. On 21st of July, 23 people lost their lives and another 454 were injured following a scuffle between the Chinese and the Malays during a procession to celebrate the Prophet Muhammad's birthday. The riots reignited in September, killing 13 people and injuring 106. 5 years later, another racial riot broke out, leaving 4 dead and 80 injured. The racially charged riots of 1964 and 1969 showed how easily ethnic tensions could be exploited to thrust the nation into turmoil. Singapore's early leaders recognized that race and religion were potential fault lines that had to be addressed if Singapore were to progress. Who are the faces of Singapore? The Chinese are the largest ethnic group in Singapore, making almost 3/4 of the country population. It's no surprise that the Chinese culture, from the language to food to entertainment and festivals, features prominently in Singapore. Most of Singapore's Chinese population made the trek here from the southern provinces of China, including Fujian and Guangdong. Those are from the Hokkien and Teochew dialect groups are the most populous, followed by members of the Cantonese, Hakka, Hainanese, and other smaller groups. 现在我要播一个影片，它是我们在新加坡。
Let me now play a video of what the Singapore government did during the COVID-19 to encourage people to take vaccinations. Please guess how many different Chinese dialects there are.
你吃饱未？无啦，这句是拍针未？ 大家拍针背，拍针背就较紧拍，做年无去拍，妹妹拍啊妹妹拍，大家拍针背，拍针背就较紧拍，你花人地界，妹妹拍啊妹妹拍，快快去打針啦，打咗就冇需怕，就算係感染咗都唔會嚴重啦。疫苗是安全的，較緊去拍，你免驚聽我打去拍。大家拍針背，拍針背就較緊拍，做年無去拍，妹妹拍啊妹妹拍，大家拍針背，拍針背就較緊拍，你花人地界，妹妹拍啊妹妹拍。老人家別拖了，打針了更心安。若有慢性疾病，不打中 COVID 更麻煩。拍針也有可能會酸痛發燒，但是時間啦會愈來愈好。大家拍針背，拍針背就較緊拍，做你無去拍，妹妹拍啊妹妹拍。大家拍針背，拍針背就較緊拍，你看當地界，妹妹拍啊妹妹拍。大家拍針背，拍針背就較緊拍，做你無去拍，妹妹拍啊妹妹拍。大家拍針背，拍針背就較緊拍，你看當地界，妹妹拍啊妹妹拍。拍針背，請直接到任何一家疫苗接種中心、綜合診所或者參與計劃嘅私人診所打疫苗，無需預約。如果你行到北邊，請聯絡關愛樂齡辦事處，為你帶來個接種目標。
好，这个是新加坡的华族哈。The original settlers of Singapore, the Malays, are the second largest ethnic group here, in such that their culture has influenced other ethnicities that arrive here later. The Malays in Singapore come originally from the surrounding regions, including the Indonesian island of Java, as well as the Malayan Peninsula. The majority of Malays are Muslims, and the key festivals of Hari Raya Puasa and Hari Raya Haji see this close-knit community come together in a colorful celebration of their culture and religion. The Indians are Singapore's third largest ethnic group, and the community here boasts one of the largest overseas Indian populations. Many came here from the southern part of India after the British settled in Singapore in 1819. Today, almost 60% of the Indian residents here are of the ethnic Tamil ancestry, and more than half of Singapore's ethnic Indians are also Hindus. Known for their entrepreneurial instincts, many Indians set up businesses here, trading everything from textiles to jewelry. Today, they are also very well represented in the political and professional circles. The small and influential Eurasian community in Singapore encapsulates the East meets West vibe of the country. This ethnic group is made up of people who have mixed European and Asian lineage and have been present in Singapore since the early 19th century. Most Eurasians in Singapore can trace the European part of their ancestry to the Portuguese, Dutch, or British, while their Asian ancestry can be traced to the Chinese, Malays, or Indians. There are around 15,000 to 30,000 Eurasians in Singapore today, making less than 1% of the population. That said, they feature prominently in the country's media and entertainment industries. The Peranakans are a fascinating blend of cultures from the region. The Peranakan Chinese, or Straits Chinese in Singapore, can trace their origins to the 15th century Malacca, where their ancestors are Chinese traders who married local Malay women. While many of the Straits Chinese have assimilated to the broader Chinese community, they still retain distinctive cultural traits, most notable in their food and traditional dress. Now, the commitment to equality of races is not simply recited in our pledge. It is enshrined in our constitution, which states that no citizen has more or less rights than another citizen. Besides safeguards against discrimination, measures were also taken to help people of different ethnicities bond. Our leaders chose a common language to unite the different ethnic groups. This was necessary in Singapore as there were multiple languages and dialects. Hence, the government introduced English as the language of administration and instruction. This unified Singaporeans without privileging any racial group while also promoting international trade and diplomacy. Singaporeans continue to retain their mother tongues as second languages to access their cultural heritage and strengthen their values and sense of cultural belonging. Moreover, it retained Malay as our national language, as Malays are constitutionally recognized as the indigenous people of Singapore. Another way the government sought to bridge gaps along racial lines was to increase opportunities for interaction and build familiarity with other practices and customs so that Singaporeans see themselves as a part of a larger community of diverse people. This starts with something very fundamental: the idea of contact and interaction between people of different backgrounds. In Singapore, again, we do not live this by chance, we do this very deliberately. For example, our public housing policy ensures that people of different races live in the same block, in the same neighborhood, so that opportunities to interact with each other in their daily lives. Their children will play together in the same playground, and they will grow up together, fostering that sense of common identity. Our national schools, as well as national service in Singapore, which is compulsory military service for males, are the common formative experiences for all young Singaporeans, regardless of their backgrounds. Whether it's playing together, eating at the same hawker centers, or going to the same schools, these shared experiences help our people see that they have more in common than they might have first imagined. At the same time, we put much effort into promoting dialogue among community, religious, and government leaders. One way we do this is through the multiracial and multi-religious harmony circles. This brings together local leaders and the communities. They visit one another's places of worship, they learn about other communities' histories and cultures, and even participate in others' religious and ethnic celebrations. However, maintaining racial and religious harmony is, of course, a never-ending journey. It is always a work in progress because society's norms and views will continue to evolve. And so too must our policies and the balance we strike in our society. So we continually review and update our policies, not through forceful top-down decisions, but through negotiation and compromise. In 2021, a spate of incidents stoked public discourse. In June 2021, an Indian man posted a video of a Chinese woman, hitting a gong in an apparent attempt to disrupt him as he conducted Hindu prayers and rang a religious bell at the doorway of a HDB flat. The video went viral, prompting a police investigation and igniting a lively online discussion. While many Singaporeans expressed sympathy for the Indian man, others debated the disturbance caused by religious practices such as religious chanting or incense burning in the shared space. Another incident that has attracted national attention is the tudung issue, whether female Muslim civil servants are allowed to wear the tudung or headscarf when they are wearing their uniforms. Social resilience is Singapore's key strategy against terrorism and domestic conflict and ensures that we do not fracture irreparably along the fault lines of race and religion. To foster social cohesion and trust, societies must allow everyone to flourish together. At the end of the day, individuals in the society must feel that they are part of the society, where they can benefit from the nation's progress, forge dignified and fulfilling lives for themselves and their families, and see their children doing better than they did. In short, they must see an arc of progress in their society and not feel eclipsed by it. This is why it is important that we pursue inclusive growth, where a rising tide does lift all boats, where prosperity is shared widely by all segments of society. The fundamentals of Singapore's multicultural society were not to forget or paper over differences, but to acknowledge them, set them aside or go beyond them, regardless of race, language, or religion. A big part of forging common identity lies in the intangible aspects of culture that people share. For example, the experience of growing up in Singapore is a unique one that shapes shared experiences that Singaporeans can relate to. Art and music, such as the Sing Yao movement, were used to help create a Singaporean culture in the 1990s. Over the years, we have developed a distinctly Singaporean cultural experience, drawing from our richness and diversity from our roots as a migrant nation. Many aspects of our culture are rich amalgamation of and hybrid of Chinese, Malay, Indian, European cultures, and so on. Our hawker culture, for one, has made it into the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. Another example of what uniquely Singaporean is the evolution and use of Singlish. an English-based chorale which was formed after prolonged linguistic contact between people of different communities and cultures in Singapore. Singlish grammar mirrors that of Malay by doing away with most prepositions, verb conjugations, and plural words, while its vocabulary reflects the broad range of the country's immigrant roots. It borrows from Hokkien, Malay, Cantonese, Mandarin, and other Chinese languages, as well as Tamil from southern India. As a global city and international business hub, just like how we were a migrant nation, we continue to attract people of all nationalities and cultures here. This has led to a gradual change in our social mix over the years. In addition to the existing multiracial, multi-religious, and multicultural local population, the social fabric now also includes new citizens and foreigners who bring with them different cultures, beliefs, and practices. In 2022, Singapore saw about 34,500 new permanent residents and 23,100 new citizens. These figures are lower than previous years due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which were likely due to the travel restrictions and operational issues arising from COVID-19. Singapore's approach to new citizens is one of integration, not assimilation, to welcome and not take away, as we have done from our start as a migrant nation. While Singapore's social mix is increasingly varied, many Singaporeans, including new citizens, share a common sense of pride in the country's strengths. National pride can be linked to a stronger sense of identification with one country. Positive sentiment about a country's strengths can help to reinforce our citizens' sense of ownership and loyalty, thus strengthening national identity. Many Singaporeans share a strong sense of satisfaction with the country's multiracial harmony, delicious food, excellent healthcare system, and cleanliness. As Singapore continues to grow its economy and improve the workforce with an appropriate influx of foreign talent, Singaporeans will need to embrace greater diversity in our culture. We are already witnessing many nationalities and races in our country's demographic makeup, as more immigrants and foreign residents have come here to work over the past few decades. Many foreigners marry local Singaporeans and decide to make Singapore their new permanent home. 1 in 4 marriages in Singapore is between a local and a non-Singaporean. This in turn is making our Singapore identity even more multifaceted. With increasing diversity among our population, future generations of Singaporeans will likely be more multicultural. The fact is, Singapore's identity is not static or immutable. Each successive generation of Singaporeans can contribute to forging a shared national identity that transcends all lines, be it cultural, racial, religious, or economic. Some ways to strengthen our Singaporean identity are through food, arts, and sports, which are universally accessible to all, regardless of background, and constantly evolving to accommodate new participants and ideas. I can do no better than quote Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong. I like this quote, I've used it several times because I think it so aptly describes what we have and what we share in Singapore. In 2017, when Prime Minister opened the Singapore Cultural Centre, he said this, and I quote, "We are a multiracial, multi-religious, and multicultural society. This diversity is a fundamental aspect of our respective identities. Our aim is integration, not assimilation. No race or culture in Singapore is coerced into conforming with other cultures or identities, let alone that of the majority. Ours is also not a melting pot society where every shone of its distinctiveness. Instead, we encourage every race to preserve its unique cultural and traditions while fostering mutual appreciation and respect among all of them." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philip Ong, Deputy Trade Representative of Singapore Trade Office in Taipei. I love Singaporean food. I love the Ang Mo Kio crabs. 好的，张教授，我不好意思打个岔，要帮大会宣布一下，车号 RCT 2905，麻烦请移车位。车号 RCT 2905的车主，饭店说您在现场，麻烦请赶快移车位，谢谢。好的，时间交给张教授。Please, back to our moderator. That was a housekeeping item.
OK， 好，谢谢。好，那谢谢我们刚刚那个。
So I'd like to thank our representative from Singapore. Talking about the bilingual policy, we are also trying to promote that now in Taiwan. Here in Taiwan, we have the different context. So I would like to ask our representative from Singapore, in the process of implementing the bilingual policy, are there any challenges or any experience that you can share with us in Taiwan? It is a very important topic now in Taiwan. So here, Taiwan, the bilingual policy, I see that a lot of the opposition comes from the teachers, and that is quite interesting. I talk with a lot of people, and it's not the students but the teachers who are opposing the policy. Singapore, we have our historical context. We used to be a British colony, so English has already been being a part of our life, our government, our system. It's a working language. We also have our historical background with Malaysia. When we were united with Malaysia, our language was Malay. But then we also have a huge majority of ethnic Chinese, and Chinese is also one of our languages, but it's not the only official language. The ethnic Chinese, these are not indigenous Chinese people, but they are from different parts of China. In this context, in this environment, it was easier for us to pursue a multilingual policy. When Singapore became independent, we have adopted a national language policy of having 4 official languages. The main national language is Malay, working language is English. With English as our working language, it is quite convenient. At 1969, when we became independent, we had to be very aggressive in international trade or foreign diplomacy, so it made sense to have English as our working language. We also encourage all the different ethnic groups, the people from different ethnic groups, to really acquire their mother tongue. If you don't use your language, you will never be proficient in that language. So here in Singapore, our citizens, they learn English. They also learn their mother tongue. We want to make sure that their mother tongue is on par with their English proficiency level. Like myself, 1994, I was part of a high school exchange program between Singapore and Taiwan. All the participants, we had all A's, but not in mother tongue. But after we came to Taiwan, we were able to really use the language. My Chinese significantly improved. Like I mentioned, we are not a melting pot. We are not an English singular society. We hope to build a society where different ethnic groups can preserve their mother tongue. That's why we have all kinds of campaigns to encourage people to use their mother tongue. There are also like Malays speaking fluent Chinese, mainly because of business reasons and our connection with China. So we see that different groups of the people are learning different languages, and this multilingual policy makes sense for us. So you talk about creating an environment. You also talk about different measures, especially in education, to support the different language users. I understand that our deputy representative has to step down in advance. But here, in the following, I would like to invite our second speaker. He's a very important advisor to the Taoyuan Museum of Fine Arts. Here we'd like to welcome consultant Mr. Shi Ruiren for his following speech. Good afternoon. I'm very honored to take this opportunity to share with all of you from the perspective of a city's Museum of Fine Arts, how do we build an inclusive, multicultural society? I'd like to echo to the theme we have today: connection, inclusion, and union. Next slide. As outlined by our mayor, in the 6 metropolitan cities in Taiwan, Taoyuan is enjoying very rapid development. Out of the 6 metropolitan cities, Taoyuan is also the last one with its own city museum of fine arts. The museum is still under development. Although we are not the first, but we really want to make sure that it's a very comprehensive program. So here, it's actually a umbrella project. One institution, the Institution of Museum of Fine Arts, and there's going to be multiple art centers. Here we have the Hengshan Calligraphy Art Center. It's a very popular museum themed around calligraphy art. Another art center, Taoyuan Museum of Fine Arts. The entire museum will be completed next year. It's also on our metro line. We also have our third museum. By 2026, we will be having our Taoyuan Children's Art Center. So we have these 3 museums. We connect our past through calligraphy art. We have one institution, we have multiple art centers. In addition, we hope to broaden our outreach. Fine art is not just for the elites. As a contemporary museum, we want to play a stronger role in the cultures, in the society's cultural diversity. Here, I would like to share with you more of our thoughts. So here, the first museum, it's just nearby, the Hengshan Calligraphy Art Center. This is an aerial view of the museum building. It is situated in a very pretty environment around along a pond, which Taoyuan is very famous of. So Hengshan Calligraphy Art Center. The pond looks like the ink tool that we use in Chinese calligraphy. And this museum building has also won major architectural prizes. Surrounding this art center are many residential neighborhoods. There are also outlets and as well as business districts. There's a lot of business activities going on. We also hope that we can foster the cultural activities around this district here in Taoyuan. This is how we also build and develop our very unique cityscape, and we believe that museums play a very important role in this aspect of developing that unique cityscape. So calligraphy art, a museum architecture inspired by calligraphy. We have this traditional calligraphy art center. Calligraphy art, as some of you may know, many people consider it as an art form of the past. Nowadays in elementary schools, calligraphy is not mandatory anymore, but calligraphy art can still be observed in our daily life. Here at the Hengshan Calligraphy Art Center, we hope to build it as a basis for cultural diversity. It is not just about calligraphy art. It's also the only, one of the only calligraphy art museum in Taiwan, and also one of the very important ones in Asia. So looking into the future, we hope to develop it into an important hub for calligraphy art in Asia and also around the world. Since its establishment, we have already put out many important exhibitions. On the right-hand side corner, that was our inaugural exhibition. It was an international exhibition that spans across different time periods. Calligraphy art itself spans across thousands of years. There are all kinds of different calligraphy art forms, from the past, modern to contemporary. So we've showcased all of that in our inaugural exhibition. At the Hengshan Calligraphy Art Center, we want to connect the past, modern, and contemporary. We also want to be inclusive as possible. We want to include the old and also bring in the new. In one of the exhibitions, we highlighted the works by many of the calligraphy artists from mainland China. We highlighted the work. Some of these are the most senior calligraphy artists in Taiwan. They are in their 90s or even 100 years old. They're still very healthy, and we are able to showcase their work. They are still creating new pieces of artwork. They are not retired. We also want to encourage the younger generation to appreciate calligraphy art through more diverse perspectives, and this is our effort in inclusion. One of the works you see in the bottom is from a contemporary artist in Taiwan. This artist, he draws inspiration from street signs, from street arts, and he incorporates that into his own calligraphy artworks. And he is able to showcase his works at our Calligraphy Art Center. This is another exhibition that I curated for Hengshan Calligraphy Art Center. It's called Mind and Matter Unleashed. It highlights a work by an Hakka calligraphy artist. We are very sad that he died of COVID-19, but we were able to put together the works that he has donated to our museum. We showcased his works throughout his lifetime. From the left-hand side, you see his early stage works, where he mimicked many of these traditional works. These are the traditional calligraphy artworks, and he received many prominent awards in calligraphy art. Later on in his career in the 1990s, he incorporated inspirations from modern art. On the right-hand side, we see how he was able to create many of his own unique calligraphy art forms. He was very productive for over a decade. And then on the left-hand side, the left-hand side corner, in his 60s, he had a stroke, and he had to go through physical therapy. But he then created this completely different style. You can't really tell the characters, but it's actually this text from Lao Tzu, trying to reflect the spirits of Lao Tzu's philosophy, to reflect that philosophy in his own presentation. And we can feel that very strong power from the artist's work. So calligraphy art is not just a traditional art form. It has very diverse styles, and we want to showcase that. Another exhibition, another museum that we want to share with you under Taoyuan Museum is the Taoyuan Children's Art Center. It is already in existence on this Children's Art Center. It's in Bade already. We already have this venue, this art center in Bade, but we want to further expand it. So on the right-hand side, you can see here, next year we will be opening our new Taoyuan Children's Art Center. It is nearby the Hakka Expo site. In the past, when we think about Children's Art Center, we think about children's art skill. We think about an arts corner for children in an art museum, but that's not the case for the Taoyuan Children's Art Center. It's a dedicated art center, a dedicated venue for children. Both software and hardware, everything is designed for children. Starting from 2017, we already have this space for children at the Taoyuan Children's Art Center. I believe that if you visit it in person, you will understand how unique it is. We have integrated the latest software and hardware, and we hope to achieve a number of goals related to cultural diversity. We want to apply a children-centered approach. We talk about fine arts, about digital technology. We have exhibition galleries. We also have a theater area. We also incorporate board games, a game zone. So when children visit our Children's Art Center, they can enjoy themselves all these different experiences. We talk about for the people, of the people, by the people, but it's really for the children, of the children, by the children. Everything is designed around the children's need and desire. I really encourage you, if you have children, to bring your entire family to our Children's Art Center. We know that it's a children-centered approach, but we know that it is the adults who accompany the children to the museum. So we also want to target the adults. We target the entire family. The Children's Art Center is also designed for people of different ages and generations. We have these art inclusive workshops and programs for visitors of different generations. You are here as an adult with the children in experiencing art together. When we talk about experience, it's not just through text or through oral language. We are able to stimulate different senses to experience art through different ways. We also want to emphasize the concept of empathy, of facilitating understanding across people of different needs. For example, children with autism or elderly with dementia. In this next slide, I would like to share with you one of our recent initiatives. From August 19th, we have this project for children with hearing impairment. They can also enjoy art in our museum through the programs that we have designed for them. So museums, we are able to play a very important role in promoting cultural diversity, in promoting accessibility to arts. We are able to serve people of different needs, to serve people in our community. So our Taoyuan Children's Art Center, we hope to provide very hands-on experience to all our visitors. It's experience-based. It explores the different senses. It allows our children to use their body. It's really a brand new way of learning, of experiencing art. We help the children raise questions, find their own answers, and to enjoy their own imagination. Here on the right-hand side, this is one of the art installations we have in our museum. We use the theme of moving. We are moving our art center to the new location, right? So we also incorporate that in our work, inspired by Andy Warhol. And you see this very humorous installation talking about moving the art museum, moving the artworks, and we use this installation to inspire our visitors. On the bottom side, we also have this exhibition that inspires our children to think about their future, echoing the role of Taoyuan as the gateway of the country. Recently, we also have another exhibition talking about art and environment, how children can use our own body to draw an island, to create an art project. So these are some projects that are taking place and that will take place in our Children's Art Center. And next year, we will have a brand new venue at Qingpu, and would like to welcome all of you to visit us, the Taoyuan Children's Art Center. And then our largest museum is the Taoyuan Museum of Fine Arts. It will be opened in 2026. There are 7 stories in total. There's a video clip that I would like to share with you. Nowadays, when we design museum, it's not just white boxes. It's a part of the cityscape. You will see the urban landscape outside. We want to design it as these mountains to connect these different museum hills in the city. In this district of Taoyuan, it's all part of our urban planning. This will become a very important cultural arts district for our city. It will connect with the nearby residential neighborhood, with the commercial areas. It will provide this softness, this artistic aspect to our city. And when you climb the rooftop of the museum, you are like climbing a small mountain, and you will be able to have a very wonderful view. You will see the nearby ponds and lakes. And between the museums, you can see our metro line, the roads, and also the pedestrian walks, how the museum is all incorporated in our urban planning. So the role of museum in cultural diversity is very important. This is cultural in a very broad definition: historical culture, regional culture, ethnic culture, generational cultures, gender cultures, for example, LGBTQ+. These different cultures can all be showcased in our museum. We also talk about pop cultures, consumer cultures, popular cultures, and even internet, virtual cultures. All of these different cultures are explored in the Museum of Fine Arts. We are not confined in traditional genre. We really touch upon these diverse cultural perspectives. So a 21st century museum plays a very important role. It's not just a place to appreciate artworks. It's also a very important place for citizens to connect with the past, to learn about diverse cultures, and to interact with the world around us. Here I would like to further share with you the concept of cityscape, urbanscape. In our modern cities, we have many of these city landscape. Here, an example of MoCA, the Museum of Contemporary Art in Taipei. I served as its director for 8 years. We are in this old neighborhood in Taipei City. You can see that our museum venue is a historical building, but it houses the Museum of Contemporary Art. And we bring in these contemporary art installations. You can see the Volkswagen Beetle, the yellow beetle. It was then developed into an art installation by a contemporary artist. You can also see an airplane that has crashed to the ground. And it reflects the history of Taiwan in the past. And then on the wall of the historical building, you can see the poster of the exhibition. It was an exhibition by a U.S. photographer. And we also have another poster about Taiwan's biennial, the Venice Biennial, Taiwan's pavilion in the Venice Biennial. So in this Museum of Contemporary Art in Taipei, we are able to utilize these different elements. And this is the exhibition we had at MoCA at that time. It was an installation by a young artist, yet he is he made the sculpture of Troy horses. It was a theme about Greek mythology. And then on the right-hand side, you see this photographer by David La Chapelle. It's a very contemporary exhibition. And then at the plaza of the museum, there are these art fairs. It's very busy. So here we're not just talking about elite fine art. We really want to bring in all the citizens from the city. The reason that I use this example is to share with you our vision for the Taoyuan Museum of Fine Arts. This is another exhibition we had at MoCA. This was a work by a German artist. Here you see a turning gate. It's a dynamic installation created on site by this German artist, Michael Butler. You can move it around, and it's really entertaining for children. The children, they can interact with it. On the left-hand side, it's an installation by a Filipino artist, and it pays tribute to the migrant worker. So contemporary art handles all these different contemporary societal issues. We use art as a means to discuss many of these contemporary relevant issues in our daily life. This is another example. We brought our art exhibitions to Taipei Metro station. So one of the metro stations in Taipei Zhongshan Metro Station, we were able to showcase our exhibitions free of charge, actually, thanks to Taipei Metro Company. And here we have worked with these beauty salons, and we have this installation. We also worked with nearby high schools and elementary schools. We invited the school children to create these artworks for our exhibition. We play the matchmaking role. We bring the artists to the school campuses, and we are able to have these collective creative works that are really enjoyed by our citizens. You know, at the Taipei Metro Station every day, so many people pass by. So many people are able to enjoy these artworks, and they are able to enjoy art in their daily life simply by commuting in the metro. This is another example I have. We have the artworks even showcased on the window panels of our museum building. There is also a temple that is adjacent to MoCA. This temple is very famous for its god who gives people who are going through exams blessings. And on the bottom, it's a video art installation. Many of these young children, they will have street dances in front of the temples. So we bring these different elements together. We want to bring these elements together, and we have this video installation. We are able to highlight these children who really enjoy dancing, and also showcase this nearby temple. Nowadays, if you can excel in any profession or any skill, you will receive the blessing from the gods and goddesses. So this is really how we reflect upon our role as a city museum of fine arts. I was the director for MoCA for 8 years, and now in Taoyuan, I think a lot about the cityscape. Our mayor also talked about Daxi, about the Daxi's very famous temple that celebrates the Guangong deity. So in the future, I really believe that our museum can play a very influential role. The door of Taoyuan Museum of Fine Arts is always open for all of you. I welcome all of you to visit us. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shi, for such a wonderful presentation. I was fascinated. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but I'd like to ask Mr. Shi. In your presentation, you talked about how museums not only offer a venue for exhibition and also facilities for people to participate. You also talked about how museums offer different performances. So I'd like to ask, for the Taoyuan Museum of Fine Arts, will there be activities on top of facilities? Will you hold events to boost multiculturalism? Please let us know so we can be prepared. Give us a heads up so we can join activities at the Taoyuan Museum of Fine Arts. Right now at Hengshan, along with the Hakka Expo, we will have an exhibition bringing together calligraphy and also the Hakka culture. So we will be showcasing calligraphy artists and show you how through calligraphy can be a part of a way of life or a gateway into learning languages and learning about life. So you will see books written using calligraphy, and through the act of writing, you will learn about aesthetics and also learn about rhymes. And as the Hakka Expo is held, we will be holding an exhibition along with the city government to complement what they have. So what we will be showcasing are the Hakka calligraphy work from the Taoyuan Hsinchu region. It will no longer be a kind of art form confined to those that are more elite, but rather a more democratic way of showcasing the art form. Even college professors have told us that in terms of the contract used to sell and buy homes, those contracts are written using calligraphy. So in the old days, when people signed contracts, they would do so using calligraphy. So it's actually, so the person writing the contract is using art in life. Should these kind of contracts be showcased or exhibited? This is something we are talking about or debating right now. I've seen exhibitions similar to this one. So actually in the past, all the contracts in buying and selling real estate was written using calligraphy. Or some were even printed. So through calligraphy, I think we can see the changes of times. So that is the taking Hengshan Calligraphy Museum as an example. And for the Children's Museum, a lot of the events we hold are sought after. Because you can, and also you can look things up on the internet to look at what kind of events or activities we have. And we hope to deliver the information about these activities to as many people as possible so that you can participate as much as you can. This is definitely a part of, this definitely should be a part of our daily lives. And we hope that you enjoy the experience. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shi. So today's theme is multiculturalism, connection, inclusion, and union. And art is a great way to connect people. Moving on, we will talk about public affairs. We know that Taoyuan is known for its ponds. And when it comes to World Heritage, we know that water is an important element. So moving on, we would like to invite or let us watch a talk given by the Vice President and Water Heritage Ambassador of ICOMOS ISC on water and heritage. So there is a video that is played. So if we're ready, let's move ahead with the video. 张市长，各位贵宾，还有各位与会来宾，非常谢谢各位的邀请，让我来参加这次2023年的多元文化论坛。
Union. I've been invited to give my views in this second session on how to build an inclusive society. I will do that from the water management perspective. As Vice President of the International Scientific Committee on Water and Heritage of ICOMOS, the International Committee on Monuments and Sites, I hope to explain to you how water management has always been, is today, and should continue to be a connector between cultures at local and international level. To give you an example how water connected faith traditions recently, on the 21st of March, at the Angel of the Waters, which you see here in New York, we, ICOMOS International Scientific Committee, organized in collaboration with the spiritual and religious communities to the United Nations a special ceremony at the Angel of the Waters in Central Park in New York. The ceremony had two main objectives. One, to celebrate that the Angel of the Waters, a monument commemorating the first public water supply for Manhattan, built in 1850s, connects the past to the present. And the second, to send a converging message of hope from the united representatives of many faith traditions from around the world, both religious and spiritual, to the United Nations Water Conference. The event was attended by approximately 500 people. Now, my name is Henk van Schaik. I'm a water engineer with 50 years of experience in water management, starting in village water supplies in Africa, in the villages, in the 1970s, followed by 20 years as policy advisor on water supply for my government, the Netherlands government. From 2000 to 2012, I worked on bridging water and climate change profession and on bridging water professionals with diplomats for peace. In 2012, at the time of my retirement, I was invited by Sir Diederik Six, President of the Netherlands Committee of ICOMOS, the International Council on Monuments and Sites, to initiate a dialogue between water managers like myself and heritage professionals. I had never heard of ICOMOS. Diederik, and here you see that ICOMOS is a global organization of cultural heritage professionals headquartered in Paris. It serves as the principal advisory body on cultural heritage to the World Heritage Committee. It has over 10,000 members in 151 countries, 248 institutional members, 104 national committees, and 30 international scientific committees. You don't see the word water here. And I, as a water manager, I came into a world which was very unknown to me, as you can see. So, Diederik explained and told me that he was surprised, as an ICOMOS president of the Dutch committee, that he was surprised that thousands of years of experience with water management did not seem to matter for today's water management challenges. which is the responsibility of water managers. Other examples of water-related World Heritage are irrigated rice terraces on the left, of which you also have many in Taiwan, canals on the right in Amsterdam, but also, in addition to these material heritages, there are many examples of intangible water-related heritage, such as water boards, also in Taiwan, water user boards, and water-related spiritual rituals, which you also have in Taiwan. I not only learned about the different water-related heritages, but also that many of these material and immaterial water-related heritages are still relevant today for livelihoods of millions of people, such as the people living on the rice terraces and in Amsterdam, etc. And this fact is hardly recognized by water managers, the importance for livelihood of water-related heritage. I am thankful that our efforts have been actively supported by TV, the Bureau of Cultural Heritage, and the government of Taiwan for many years. The results of your support include that the Taichung Conference of May 2017 initiated the International Scientific Committee of ICOMOS that was formally approved in 2022. The mission of the International Scientific Committee, as it is now called, is, in addition to conservation and protection, also to inform water managers about the significance of water-related heritage for today's and tomorrow's water management challenges, such as climate change and population increase. And this mission was endorsed in the Tokyo Symposium, and you see here the Emperor and the Empress of Japan in the midst of VIP CEOs of very many international organizations, including UNESCO, Global Water Partnership, and many others. And this symposium in Tokyo was chaired by Dr. Han, the President of the United Nations High-Level Panel on Water and Disasters. And one can say that this meeting in Tokyo provided like a mandate at UN level to continue our efforts. Last March, parallel to the UN Water Conference, the second ever, we organized a conference on water, culture and heritage for policymakers and scientists. This conference was in addition to the ceremony in Central Park at the Angel of the Waters, which you saw earlier. The United Nations Water Conference concluded with the recommendation to initiate the creation of a so-called international water, culture and heritage platform. The importance of spiritual icons for convergence can be done through the development of rituals or visions on water, and an example of such an activity to converge societies' points of view is the Drinkable Rivers Project. The Drinkable Rivers Program, which was initiated by Lian Hoa, you can see her on the left, organizes inspirational walks along rivers from source to the mouth of the river, to experience the river, be informed about its characteristics, water quality, pureness, flows, and build up public awareness about the beauty of the river, but also the pain of the river when it is polluted, and to create sympathy for the cleanliness and river as a source of life, thus creating a sense of belonging and care for the river, but also for each other. The walks along the river are organized for diverse and mixed interest groups. For example, mayors, school children, activists, politicians, researchers, they are all invited to join on these walks. And these walks have really raised the public interest in the quality and the importance of rivers as source of life in the Netherlands. And you can see on the right hand, there is a picture of a walk which is going to be held from 17 September to 17 October 2013 along the River Thames in England. Again, with mayors, politicians, school children, etc. to connect people to each other. And the second methodology for convergence is through water diplomacy. Water conflicts, and you can see it on the left, are age-old. But since 2500 before Christ, only very few of the thousands of water conflicts have burst into outright war, which is on the right-hand side of the graph, the extreme right-hand side. You can see that very few have actually led to direct war. This has been extensively researched by Professor Aaron Wolf of Oregon University. And the mechanisms to prevent outright war, to address the conflicts, is known as water diplomacy. And it started already 2,500 years ago in the Babylonian period in the Middle East, when two city-states had a conflict over water, but eventually managed to settle it. And water diplomacy can be done at local level between disputing parties, but also internationally nowadays, for example, in the rivers, the big rivers, the Mekong, the Nile, etc. A lot of literature is available, and also courses are given on water diplomacy. And the title of the book of Aaron Wolf is actually The Spirit of Dialogue, which helps, the spirit helps to resolve water conflicts. Under the denominator of water diplomacy, I also count programs on, for example, water justice or water rights, allocating water rights to people, different societies, but also to nature nowadays. So concluding, gradually, the awareness and interest in the significance of water-related heritage for present water management challenges and even societal convergence is increasing. And I consider it a very clear sign of high priority that the United Nations Water Conference called for the creation of a water culture and heritage platform. And as I have explained, this is not going to be simple. It's a broad-scoped activity with material, with spiritual, with governance, domains to be addressed, so many different disciplines, so many different activities, so many different cultures, etc. It's going to be a major challenge, but it is also a very important challenge, I think, and which has been recognized by the United Nations Conference now. And second, Taiwan has built up substantial information about water-related heritage, mainly on the material side, and has also initiated work on intangible aspects. And I happily and warmly recommend that also you continue with TV and the Bureau of Cultural Heritage to build these relations between the water management institutions in Taiwan, even politically, but also policy-wise with heritage institutions. The experiences in Taiwan have enriched with methods and tools from elsewhere may broaden the significance of water to converge political, disciplinary, religious and societal diversity towards an inclusive society, not only in Taiwan, but also beyond Taiwan. I wish you a very inspirational conference through water. And please, the last tick.
Thank you, Hank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here you see a picture of a sculpture in Belgium, which shows that the man pours water onto his brain to inspire him for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Honorable Sun Cheng Chang, Mayor of the City of Taiwan, other VIPs and dear participants.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Hanks. So should I say good morning or good afternoon to you? Hello, Hanks. Voice? Yes, please. Voice? Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Okay, I can hear you, but maybe I can sing a lot Chinese, so maybe I can pronounce my question to you. As we know, you are Taiwanese friends. You have been in Taiwan for many times. And actually, I have saw my picture in your presentation and in my memory. At that time, you just give us a water heritage award shared in Simen Reservoir at that time. So I feel so interested about your presentation that you just mentioned the spiritual icon, vision and icons of the water heritage. So my question is how to build or construct the spiritual icon through the public participation, and what's your experience in your rich stories? Okay, thank you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Maybe the speaker didn't open up.
Okay. Well, the story about icons is that, and that also is a story told by Aaron Wolf, is that when people have a conflict over water in cubic meters, for example, between Egypt and Sudan, neighboring countries, the discussions when it comes to international diplomacy move away from the cubic meters and they move towards a deeper layer, and that is water is life. People at the table realize water is not only material, but water is about life. And to serve that type of discussion, the people around the table then continue or discuss how to express this importance of water as life into an icon, into a symbol, into something which appeals to a, say, converging of interests to a joint position. And I can tell you the story about the River Rhine, which was very polluted in the 1960s and 70s. And when people from neighboring countries sat around the table, they came up with the picture of bringing the salmon back into the River Rhine. The salmon was not anymore in the river, and the negotiators then came up, let's join hands to bring the salmon back into the River Rhine. I also remember a long time ago a similar story about the Yangtze in China, when Chairman Mao was also concerned and about the pollution in the river, and then he jumped into the river and he said, let's work on cleaning up the river and bring it back to the level where we can swim in it again. This is another example. So how do you create such a converging message? Well, that is through bringing together people, having them discuss what they share in concern, and then invite them to come up with a joint picture. And that's what happens in these walks. And I understand also in Taiwan there are walks organized along rivers. The walks are not for just sort of entertainment or for walking in itself, but it is about creating a sense of belonging, a sense of sharing, a sense of concern, but also a connection between communities, politicians, political views, religious, etc.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think build a platform to communicate with each other is very important. Thanks for your story. I have learned a lot about that. And the next, maybe I want to share another topic talking about the religion issue from Professor Cole. 那个石教授康克教授，不好意思，康克教授，中原大的康克教授，接下来要跟我们分享，就是有关于宗教。
So next, we'd like to invite Professor from Zhongyuan University to share with us his talk.
谢谢。首先我要感谢桃。
First of all, I would like to thank the Taoyuan city government and also the mayor of Taoyuan for your invitation. And then in the following, I would use English to deliver my talk.
I'm very grateful for the chance to be here and to share a little bit. I had initially been worried that what I wanted to talk about today is a little bit more theoretical. But I feel like it actually is going to work out well because so many of the other speakers have shared very practical, very specific examples. And my hope is that the theory that I'm going to talk about will help to give a little bit of structure, kind of tie things together in a useful way. Now, when I first came to Taoyuan University, I was a little surprised by the way that our international office was organized. That the international students were broken down into mainland students, Lu Sheng, overseas Chinese, or Chao Sheng, and then also the Hong Kong and Macau, Gang Ao, and then international students. And I was mostly surprised because the international students covered an extremely wide array of different students, from the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, from Japan, Korea, different European countries, the United States, from all over the place. But they were all kind of crammed into this very small little category. And even among them, even among individual countries, you would see a lot of diversity. As I got to know our Indonesian students in particular, I found out that there was a pretty stark divide between their cultural practices and the ways that they dressed, what they ate, because of their religious backgrounds. But it wasn't just our international students that were diverse, it was also our local students, that we not only had external diversity, but we also had internal diversity. Our Taiwanese students, both those that had were descendants of migrants from before 1949, those that came after 1949, our indigenous students, as well as our Hakka students, our Kejiaren, which I've become quite a bit more familiar with Hakka culture. My wife, my in-laws are actually all Hakka as well. But amongst all of this diversity, not only in terms of national backgrounds, religious backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, that they came together to form a very functional whole within the university system. That you would find different departments where graduate students from all over Southeast and East Asia came together in these departments to help produce effective, useful research that advanced not only the name of the university, but their particular fields and specialties. And what this shows to me, at least, is that we kind of make a little bit of a mistake when we talk about multiculturalism. Usually when we talk about it, particularly in contexts like these, that we put it up as some kind of goal, right? We want multiculturalism. And I think that's a little bit inaccurate because it's not something we necessarily want, it's something we have, right? That Taiwan has been a diverse place from the first moment that people came to live here. It's diverse as a inheritor of the grand Chinese cultural tradition. And it's become more and more diverse as people from many different cultures and places come here. Multiculturalism is certainly a good, but it's not necessarily a goal. The goal is actually something else. Why do we want healthy, functional, multicultural societies? Well, because they're peaceful, right? We can live together in a place where we can pursue the good life alongside each other. Now, that might involve actually working very closely with each other to pursue that, or it might, be enough where we leave each other well enough alone to pursue our own goods, because not all of our goods, our vision of the good life, is going to be the same. But in order to navigate that kind of a multicultural future, we're going to need a good map, and we're going to need a good compass, right? A way to figure out which way's north, south, east, and west. So that's what I hope to provide a little bit of today. Now, again, I apologize. As a sociologist, we get a little bit tied up in theory. So if you've missed your afternoon nap today, this is probably the time to get it. But if you like things like theory, hopefully this will be helpful. Now I'm going to talk about 4 patterns, 3 mechanisms, and then 5 suggestions. Now, the 4 patterns I want to mention are patterns that we can observe in how national cultures end up dealing with multiple different cultures within their borders. The first of those is what we would call assimilation, right? It's where incoming cultures are kind of dragged up into the whole, right? That the differences kind of melt away as everyone kind of becomes like that dominant culture. And now there obviously are some advantages to a dominant culture in that kind of a situation, but for migrant cultures, that's not exactly an optimal situation, right? That's not necessarily the future you want, because you're likely to see your own language, traditions, practices, and beliefs start to recede. And it's rare to find the kind of cultural group that wants that to happen to themselves. So assimilation is a pattern, but it might not necessarily be one that we want. A second one is what we would call incorporation, where there usually is a dominant cultural group, but other cultural groups are kind of brought into that national context as participants. They may be essentially subcultural groups within it, but it becomes a diversely subcultural landscape, right? Where you can see very clearly that different groups with their practices, patterns of behavior, their languages, their culinary traditions are present and vibrant and part of that national conversation. And that sounds something rather worth pursuing. Another kind of context is one where it's negotiated, where there's not necessarily one dominant cultural group, but there are many cultural groups that have to learn how to kind of negotiate from a position of general equality. Now, this can become either kind of demarcated, where the boundaries between them end up becoming kind of very distinct, right? That there's everyone's kind of equal, but they're equal in their different places, right? This might be something like, I've never been to this part of the world, but my understanding is in Canada, Quebec and the rest of Canada are pretty different places, but are all very much part of the same nation, right? That's a pretty demarcated example. Another is something more along the lines of fusion, where the different cultures kind of end up meeting in a kind of middle. And an example of this you might think of kind of the Qing dynasty, right? Where you had the influence of Manchu culture and practices that met up against the long cultural tradition of China itself, and you ended up with kind of a hybrid. There was something new culturally that came out of that. It was not either purely Manchu, nor was it purely Han Chinese. Now, the fourth of these categories or patterns is conflict. And I'm only going to mention it because no one really wants conflict, right? When we talk about multiculturalism, that's not a goal. We don't want that. Essentially, we're trying to look for a way to avoid that last category. Now, none of those are pure categories, right? You're always going to get a little bit of each of them kind of mixed up together, nor are they static, right? A national context in which it has a pattern of incorporation may turn into one of negotiation as the cultural groups become more equally distributed. But underlying these patterns are the actual mechanisms that make them the way they are, that give them the particular shapes that they have. And I want to look at those in one by one. The first of them has to do with the cultural characteristics of the groups that are coming together within a multicultural context. And these are going to range from the adjacent, meaning that they're very similar to each other, to the distant, meaning that they have a lot of differences between them. This, I think, and you hear it in the background and throughout many of the different talks that we've heard today, this often is very closely tied to religious differences, because religion can be a type of thing that creates very strong differences between groups, right? Now, some cultural groups, again, are adjacent. When I go to my in-laws' home and see the family altar that they have in the living room, it looks very similar to the one that my sister-in-law has down in their home down in Tainan, right? But one group, one of them is more in line with a Hakka tradition, the other is not. But they look similar. There's similarities to them because they're very close in terms of their practices. But then there's also, but if we were to compare things like a Christian cultural tradition and a Muslim cultural tradition, there's rather stark differences between the two. So cultures can be adjacent or they can be quite different. And we might think that if they are distant, that necessitates conflict. But being very close together can also make for conflict as well, because usually the experience of that distance is going to be rather relative, right? Small differences seem big when there are no other big differences. Now, another important set of mechanisms have to do with power, right? Now, power can either be equally distributed or it can be very stratified, that there are groups that are clearly more powerful than others within a national cultural context. And power can take the form of things like coercion, actually being able to physically make things happen. It can be economic, it can be political, it can be cultural, and it can actually just be a product of population size. But all of this is tied into a general, what you might call like a patronage problem, right? That cultural groups within a society want access to goods, which is a very, very natural tendency, right? Right? You know, if there's limited resources, I want my group to be part of that, right? And that goes all the way down to the smallest. I, as an individual, want that. I want that for my family. I want that for my tribe. I want that for my cultural grouping. So that's a kind of inherent problem that we have to navigate. And crucial here is how we answer questions about minority rights, right? There will be smaller, less powerful groups within a national context or a national culture, and we have to find a way to watch out for them, to protect them so that they aren't subject to what we would call the tyranny of the majority. But at the same time, we do also need to recognize that there is kind of a thing that we would call majority rights, right? Being a larger group needs to mean something in some way, because if it doesn't, then the likelihood is you move from lawful expressions of power into unlawful ones. And that will break the peace and create more conflict. And again, we might think initially that being equal would lead to more peace within a social context, but that also isn't necessarily true. In fact, sometimes when groups are more equal, they get more nervous about the distribution of resources. Now, lastly, I want to look at institutions and whether or not they tend towards unity or tend towards divergence. And the idea there is, do our institutions, our schools, our elections, our cultural production, do they lead us to feeling like we're in this together, or do they make us feel more that we are separate from each other? I think our representative from Singapore was giving some great examples of how they very, very specifically are using institutions to try to achieve those ends, as did our mayoral representatives earlier. Now, this all leads to 5 suggestions, and I'll give them very quickly because I know we are short on time. 1, that we need to inspire a sense of common cause and commitment to national projects. 2, we should encourage involvement in social systems, whether that is in the form of the civic, the commercial, or the cultural. 3, we should provide a shared set of public principles and a vision for the good life. 4, both protect minority and majority rights. And 5, and this is going to sound a little bit overtly capitalistic, but facilitate market solutions to certain imbalances. And what I mean by this is, if you have a group that has certain dietary restrictions, do you want the state providing answers to that, or do you want to provide a way for local communities to give their own answers to those problems? That's more of what I mean by that. But hopefully these mechanisms, patterns, and suggestions will be helpful to our discussion and for the ways that we think about multiculturalism. And again, thank you very, very much for having me here today.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Kaur. You just mentioned a very interesting idea that we shouldn't pursue the harmony of a multiple society instead of we should find the advantage of a multiple society. And through that, we can transfer the power of diversity, energy became a strong one and make it smooth on the road. So my question is, do you have any suggestion about that? If we want to find the key point of the power of a multiple society, what are your suggestions?
Thank you. Very good question. I don't know if I would use exactly the same examples that our participant from the Netherlands did, but something along those lines where the key is to not necessarily look at the issue itself. Because again, multicultural societies are things that we have. They're present, they're real. It's in a sense, it's as unavoidable and natural as spring rains, summer heat, and winter snows, right? It's here, it's present, it's part of our lives. But recognizing more that the thing we're really talking about when we're talking about multicultural, diverse, inclusive societies is a way for people to, A, get the resources they need, and B, be able to pursue a vision of the good life. But we also have to recognize that those visions are not going to be the same. And having ways to kind of communicate within concerned groups as to what exactly are their goals and their aims, and how do we make space for each other to pursue those. Because if the belief is that we're going to somehow magically end up in some kind of utopian, everyone agrees with each other and gets along with each other, it's not really going to happen, because beliefs are real. They're different from my beliefs are different from someone else's, and they have implications. They mean something for how I live and how I behave and what I want to pursue with my life. So the key is trying to find ways to give people the chance to express what those are, and then make space for that to be pursued. Obviously within certain bounds, right? If people want to individually pursue things that are kind of manifestly illegal, that's not particularly healthy. But most people fundamentally want to pursue very basic things. I reference our other participant because that idea of water is life. We all want to live, right? We want to live. We want to be able to have a modicum of a base level of happiness. So how can we allow for each other to do that? I think that's kind of the key takeaway.
Thank you so much. Yeah, 降低这个认知上的落差很重要。
So it's important to bridge the gap, to provide a platform that facilitates effective communication. These are very important thoughts. So how do we create these common platforms? In the following, we'd like to invite Mr. Zhang Yanjie. He's the Secretary General of the 1095 Migrants Cultural Association. Let's welcome Mr. Zhang.
好，各位嘉宾，然后各位
Distinguished guests and fellow speakers, good afternoon. I think Professor Kang touched upon a very important point about being inclusive, bringing everybody together. Not long ago, I was in a national community building meeting, and I raised that same question. How come certain groups were not invited? It's important to create a platform, a common platform where different voices could be heard. I will share with you more details later on. So a bit about myself. I'm the Secretary General of the 1095 Migrants Cultural Association. We provide support for the migrant workers as well as for the new immigrants and the second generation of new immigrants. I myself is the second generation of a new immigrant. My mother is originally from Thailand, ethnic Chinese in Thailand. We have been working for over 7 years. And we have observed, we have identified many problems. Here in our association, we want to build a better bridge between the migrant workers, between the Southeast Asian migrants and the local Taiwanese. I am from the non-governmental sector, so I will probably have a different perspective from many of the other speakers. I would also like to highlight areas where we can create strong cooperation. So here, the number are from the Immigration Bureau. So we have around almost 600,000 new immigrants, mainly from China, Hong Kong, and Macau, but also from Vietnam, Indonesia, and other countries, including my mother. When they apply for their Taiwan residency, it is a very time-consuming process. It's not very friendly at all. I understand that the law is being amended, but so far it is really very difficult for these new immigrants to apply for a permanent resident in Taiwan. For example, those who are divorced or those who do not give up their original nationality will not be able to apply for the PR status in Taiwan. Fortunately, we are seeing a lot of positive amendments here in Taiwan. Yet, from time to time, we see cases. For example, a mother who was divorced, but he has already given up her original nationality, become somebody without citizenship. These are some common problems that we have encountered. And also, for many of these immigrant spouses, people expect them to raise the family, to take care of the children, and if they live in rural areas, they are expected to perform a lot of agricultural works. In these scenarios, it is very difficult for them to fully integrate into the Taiwanese society, and this is one of the main topics for my talk today. The governments, they talk about providing Chinese lessons or Chinese classes. Last week, I was in a meeting with new immigrants, and we were discussing about how to better disseminate the information so that more new immigrants know about these government resources. Many of these new immigrants, they said that they get the information from their husband. This is one of the key elements. If we can improve this link, then we will be able to ensure better communication. Next, I would like to talk about the topic of migrant workers. Here, these are the number of migrant workers in Taiwan. These are the numbers for the second generation of new immigrants. We see that the numbers are also increasing. I myself is a second generation of a new immigrant. Very often, me and my friends, we have these identity issue. People will give us names like you are the children of the foreign spouses, or I am the second generation of new immigrants. In the policies by government, they give us different names. There's different ways of calling us, or they will say that we are from certain countries. And if we have different origin, the names are different, and there seem to be differences. And this actually has an impact on the identity of the second generation immigrants. Because of the social perception, sometimes we are not able to identify with the culture of my mother. The society is not very friendly or welcoming for me in shaping my own identity. And that is something that I have observed. Once I was in a classroom, and I asked whether there are any second generation of new immigrants, and nobody raised their hand. But then another time I was demonstrating how to make Vietnamese spring rolls, and there was this female classmate. She knew how to do it, and she was able to teach everybody how to do it. And then we knew that she's a second generation of a new immigrant. But how come when I asked her that question, she is not able to raise her hand. So it's not that we want to force them in expressing their identity, but we want to give them a very comfortable, very safe environment where they feel comfortable in expressing who they are. As for data on migrant workers, we see that the number is much larger, over 700,000 migrant workers now in Taiwan. Yet many of them are neglected or not taken care of here in Taiwan. We see that the majority are from Indonesia and Vietnam. Many of them perform manufacturing works as well as home caretakers, domestic workers. Some of the common issues that we see, I have listed 5 of them. Most important of all, the migrant workers, they are not able to participate in the politics or in the policy in Taiwan at all. The only right that they are given is the right to unionize. Yet many of the migrant workers, they are only allowed to come to Taiwan for 3 years. 365 days times 3 is 1095, and that is why my association is called 1095 Migrants Cultural Association. Because the migrant workers only have limited time here in Taiwan, many of their rights are not safeguarded. Nowadays, we see many migrant workers that are able to extend their stay 4 years, 5 years. The Ministry of Labor has recently put out a new system. It is a system that is in between blue-collar and white-collar worker, giving a pathway for the migrant workers to become a permanent citizen here in Taiwan. Here, I once again highlight the common problems. The right of political participation is a key one. Another key issue is that the broker fee is very high for many migrant workers, 50,000 or even 300,000 NT dollars. This very high broker fee often puts them in debt. For the first couple years they're working, they are just working to pay back the debt, and that creates a lot of hurdles for the migrant workers. But we see that the situation is gradually improving. In Japan, in Korea, other countries are also trying to attract these migrant workers. So we see the discussion of the lowering of broker fee gradually become more and more prevalent. And in addition, I would like to talk about the living environment of migrant workers. Very often when we talk about the living environment of migrant workers, we also talk about the similar situation faced by the LGBTQ community. The mainstream society does not accept them. They are often excluded from a lot of the public spaces. This is also another issue that we want to bring people's attention to. So how do we improve and address many of these issues? We have one initiative called a mobile library. We have these outdoor libraries, like books in Indonesia for the migrant workers. We want to use this gesture to convey the message that we want to create a friendly environment to migrant workers. The reason that we came up with the initiative is that we once brought migrant workers to museums, to libraries, and we found that many of these public spaces or venues, they lack the language, they don't have the information necessary, and that is why we developed this mobile library initiative. Later on, we also worked with the government for a year. We brought library books out. We borrowed these library books to provide them to the migrant workers. Initially, we had to raise a lot of funds, to have to ask for donation, but later on, we were able to work with libraries. In the past, the library does not have these multilingual services, so it is very difficult for the migrant workers to borrow books in libraries. They don't have the forms in their languages, they don't have the credentials. Libraries, although public, are not friendly to the migrant workers at all. You might also wonder, do they even need books? But actually, during our initiative, we saw quite a good turnout. It is not the case that migrant workers do not borrow books. It's merely because you don't provide a friendly enough space. This is one area that we are trying to work on to make public spaces more friendly for migrant workers. We also want to play the bridge between the local Taiwanese society and the migrant worker community. This is a migrant worker kitchen initiative. It is not just to taste the different cuisine. We also try to incorporate some messages that we hope to convey. We facilitate the dialogue so that people can have a more in-depth conversation, so that people can see each other's problems or concerns. One example, we were in this migrant worker kitchen and the chef had to step away. And we were all wondering, how come you left? But it's actually because the curfew time of the factory that he works at is approaching, so he had to go back. Through that example, the local Taiwanese were able to understand the difficulties facing the migrant workers. It's not just sharing a meal, but it's very substantial. It's a more in-depth conversation that we had. Or the library initiative, for example, I had doubts about the outcome initially, but now many of my migrant worker friends were from that library initiative. We will be sharing an entire afternoon together. We were able to tighten our ties. We are able to sit together to share a stronger bond. It's not just these initiatives on the surface. It really goes deeper. A very important aspect is empowerment. We teach language, for example, but through language lessons, we want to teach them about the rights, about the Taiwanese society. Many of the migrant workers, they appreciate these opportunities. They really appreciate this process of being empowered, the freedom of free expression here in Taiwanese society. We also hope the employers and the brokers, we hope that different stakeholders can better understand the situation facing the migrant workers. And with this deeper understanding, we are able to improve what's happening now. So just a quick conclusion. We have identified problems. We try to address them with our solutions. We see that many Taiwanese actually hold discrimination or biases or misunderstanding against the migrant workers. In this aspect, we work hard to build solid relation, to create friendship, to create in-depth exchange. Like the Dutch speaker, you talk about how we share our concern about water, and then we can build stronger consensus. Another issue why we have identified is a lack of understanding of Taiwanese languages and laws and also labor rights. Many Taiwanese also lack understanding. We want to ensure more balanced information symmetry. We want to ensure that different stakeholders can all have access to the right information. Whether you're an employer or you're a migrant worker, we can all have equal access to these important information. And then another issue that I talked about is the broker system. I don't have enough time, so I can't really go into the details. But in terms of the solution, we have action empowerment. We want to empower the migrant workers. To anybody who cares about migrant workers, we can provide them with the support, with the empowerment initiatives, empower the employers as well. We are not just working alone. If all of us are able to take action, we are able to make broader changes in the society. So in ending, 1095 Migrant Cultural Association, no matter where you are, we are human beings. I welcome all of you to follow us in our social media outlets. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the presentation. We heard a lot of issues that we're not familiar with, but yet are important, including at my school, we have 1,000 international students from different countries, and they are here because when they are in school, they want to have work opportunities. But just like Mr. Jiang said, in terms of information transparency, there's a huge gap. So I'm curious, in terms of information symmetry, that is something that the government can do. So when it comes to information symmetry, I think you could provide some recommendations to us. Thank you. I think when it comes to information asymmetry, if interpretation could, or simultaneous interpretation could be offered in Indonesian or Bahasa or Thai, of course, that will be costly. However, as we are holding multicultural events like this one, we will at least have one interpreter. Even if the immigrant worker speaks Mandarin, we feel like if there's an interpreter there to help them understand better, to speak more naturally, I think just by setting up the language and also the translation services, that is something fundamental. And something else is that when it comes to funding for interpreters, just as the mayor said, we really pay attention to promoting mother tongues. So for new immigrants and their children, we are training a group of teachers to teach in elementary schools or junior high schools the mother tongue of these new immigrants. However, their career paths are quite short because they need to work from 9 to 5 on weekdays. However, they are not paid in full. So be it interpreting or teaching, are they able to be paid on par with English teachers or Mandarin English interpreters? I think that's quite fundamental when it comes to interpretation and translation, and also when it comes to teaching. Can we provide these teachers or interpreters more opportunities so they can become professionals? I think that is quite fundamental. So we need to provide them an income for them to survive, to create a multicultural environment. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Language is definitely an important step to breaking down barriers. In the interest of time, it is already very late, so we will have to wrap up here. Hank, are you still online? Hank, are you with us?
Will be
here.
Yeah. This section will be closed immediately, but we still prepare a video want to share with all of you. So please stay online. Thank you. 那我们接下来还有准备了一段影。
So we will have a video to share with you.
请大家。好，那我们现在就我们这个 section 我们。
So let's wrap up this session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Zhang, and also to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up, let's watch a video.
各位贵宾先不要离席，我们处长要做闭幕致辞，各位只差几分钟，请稍微。
我用桃园市长的身份，欢迎我们所有国际的朋友到桃园来。然后呢，除了今天的这个多元文化论坛以外，也尽情的享受客家博览会。相信大家对于台湾各个族群的文化会有更深的体会。我们用非常友善的态度，尊重不同的文化，给他们不同的服务，保障他们在台湾应有的权利，不会有任何的歧视。然后希望他们能够发展出新的能力，在台湾跟我们原来在台湾的朋友一起，共存共荣。
好的，我们一起共存共荣。我们是多元文化的台湾，多元文化的桃园。来，紧接着我们欢迎我们桃园市政府秘书处许淑珍许处长来为我们致闭幕。
To wrap up, please join me to welcome Director General of the Secretariat of Taoyuan City Government to give us the concluding remarks. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for participating in the Multicultural Forum organized by the Taoyuan City Government. Today, we talked about the value and the meaning of multiculturalism. In this globalized age, people of different ethnicity and cultural backgrounds living together is the norm. So, multiculturalism, understanding different cultures, learning and respecting each other is an issue in the civilized society today. So today, we have invited our sister cities and the heads of sister cities, as well as foreign guests, to join us to talk about the values of different cultures, so that we can better understand and respect each other, so that we can cooperate and live peacefully. Taoyuan is an international city. We have visitors from around the world. So please work together with us to build a more harmonious Taoyuan. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much, and all the best to you. Happiness and health to every one of you. Thank you. This concludes the Multicultural Forum today. Thank you.
我们台湾的多元文化一定成功。谢谢各位今天热情的参与。麻烦私人物品请记得，麻烦同步口译耳机，拜托请归还。谢谢大家，谢谢。Thank you so much, ladies.